It was a season that started on the 22nd of January, our earliest ever start on the platforms of the Gentleman's Sim Racing Club, and here tonight, 9 weeks later, the 25th of March, we reach grand final night for Monday Night Motorsport in Turn 1 of the 2024, the start of an enormous week where champions will be crowned ahead of a much anticipated and a break of 2 weeks that all and sundry are very much looking forward to. Good evening, everybody. Zach Caban and Adam Lavis with you. Welcome to grand final night number 1 for week 10 of Term 1 in 2024 across Facebook, Twitch and YouTube. The gateway to hypothermia, the first stop tonight. How good's that going to be? For 45 minutes of supercar action, hence the slightly earlier start than usual. Of course, a very good evening to those who are tuning in on the most parts of the eastern seaboard, and good afternoon to those of you in the west, either still at work or still at lunch, one or the other, and everybody in between. A huge night ahead here. Nearly 4 hours of coverage coming your way as we crown champions in both our Player 1 Sim Super 2 and Super 3 championships from the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit in Victoria, and then head on, of course, to the Spa-Francorchamps circuit in Belgium for the 10th and final round, a 90-minute feature race for Waste Options GT3 Pro. Adam Lavis, good evening to you. Grand final night always has a nice ring to it.
Indeed. Bit of extra spice in the races, a bit of extra things on the line. So, although some of the ones that have pretty much shown up for the top spots, there's still other positions to play for. So the boys will be out looking for good results.
Indeed, they will be. As far as Super 2 is concerned, Greg Favell, 405 plays, Damien Cairns, 392. 315 for Sean Hart, Stephen Vargas, 303. Tim Nicol, 278. Then Alan Gill, Michael Hammond, Michael Fraser, Will Buchanan and Jaden Green as far as Super 3 is concerned. So that battle is on the line between the two teammates, Favell and Cairns, tonight. It could go either way still. Aaron Bryan on top, James Boardman second, Greg Spencer third, Sam Stride and Dimitri Kolbach fourth and fifth here in Super 3. Aaron Bryan's pretty much got it in the bag. James Boardman, 285, has a good, comfortable, sizable advantage buffer to play with over Greg Spencer, who's third, very tight in the battle for third, fourth, and fifth, though, under 24 points separating those three. Throw Tristan Kosh into that battle in sixth place, only a further 5 back. 6 back to Dale Jeffries, 4 back to Troy Davidson, and then Reece Dickerson on 161 points and Pete Matson on 158 make up the top 10. Now, off the top tonight, as per the advice of Josh Duno, would love to have been able to tell you that Pete Matson will be on the grid, but we believe that Pete's not feeling all that well at the moment, so we just want to send him our thoughts and best wishes. We wish him all the very best. He's had a little bit of a blip in the road as far as his health is concerned, but we're reliably informed that he's in the best of care at this point in time. There's the grid for Super 2 and Super 3 tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Greg Favell on the front row with Damien Cairns, Tim Nicol and Stephen Varga, the second row, Sean Hart, Michael Hammond the third, Will Buchanan and Joe Mahoney the fourth, Mark Horton and Alan Geel from row 5, David Christensen and Craig Mason, who's on pole as far as the Super 3 is concerned, to the 6th row. Leith McClymont on Sam Stride the 7th, Nick Fadiatis, Michael Fraser the 8th, Adam Frost, Tony Baker the 9th, Brendan Griffiths and Sean Vandermeulen on the 10th, Mark McNamara, Greg Spencer, Daniel Correa-Starr, Chris Tomlin, Michael Ladder, Wayne Visser, Colin Bennett, Tristan Kosh, James Boardman and Aaron Bryan make up a 30-car field on the island. Of course, in a couple of weeks' time, we do have the Shannon Speed Series stopping by this famous circuit. MotoGP, of course, coming in October as well. But tonight, our focus is Super 2 and Super 3 on a night where champions will be crowned. Grand final night is underway. Close, like the start of the car stalled on the grid. That was predictable. That was always going to happen. They've steered off in every direction on the run down towards the first corner. I wouldn't be surprised if race control has the button on the trigger ready to deploy the safety car here, because that was carnage. And it was unfortunate as well, but it so often happens when a car stalls on the grid like that. It's the second time in about 3 or 4 weeks. Super 2 and Super 3. Oh no! There goes Greg Favell! Championship implications right off the top! Can you believe it? Of all the drama that we saw on the main straight, there's just as much coming out of the southern loop, and the champion-elect is now staring down the barrel of defeat at the hands of his teammate. Damien Cairns needs to keep this thing on the road and keep it going to secure the title. But it's not over yet. Can Favell make his way back through the field from 17th? Extraordinary drama off the top. You wouldn't fair dinkum believe it. We'll have a look at a replay of the start very shortly. For those of you tuning in that are regulars, yes, earlier start tonight. The race almost doubled in length. We've added an extra 80% to the end of it. 20 minutes up from the usual 25 minutes to 45 tonight. And some of our competitors are going to very well need that to get themselves back in the fight, back in the contest. Such drama. Leith McClymont lost 17 spots. Mark Horton, 19. Daniel Correa-Starr lost 6. Will Buchanan and Mark McNamara, Chris Tomlin, Daniel Correa-Starr and Leith McClymont have all made their way into pit lane. 5 drivers on pit lane on the opening lap. Favell back to 16th spot. Make it 15th now. Michael Fraser's off the road on the inside of the southern loop. Greg Spencer's off as well. Horton's off again. They are going everywhere tonight. Trouble, elbows, Wayne Visser. 3 cars caught up in that one. That was all started by Craig Mason on the inside. If they keep this up, Adam Lavis, I'm not going to have a voice left at the end of GT3. Jesus, what a start.
It's not like you got.
Pick that apart.
It's not like we've got four nights this week to call, so can get those get the cough drops and the Zooters out.
We will preview the rest of the broadcast schedule for this week very shortly. For those of you tuning in, you would have seen it on Thursday night. We announced that we are going to be with you tonight, tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday. I've put my hand up. I said I've got nowhere better to be. My services aren't required elsewhere. So I will happily pick up the freight here and call all 4 nights alongside Adam Lavis broadcasting it for you tonight and tomorrow night. Daniel Correa-Sarr taking over for Wednesday and staying on for his traditional role on a Thursday night as well. So, holy smokes, a lot to pick apart there in the opening stages. Greg Fidel 14th and struggling. This is uncharted territory in every sense of the word. Damien Cairns fastest up the race, trailing Michael Hammond at the moment. Michael Hammond has both Cairns and Varga for company. They're trying to go with Tim Nicol. And that is Craig Mason running into trouble again. Race control will be very busy reviewing the tape of the first couple of laps. Incidents galore to adjudicate on. And Michael Hammond takes us up through the hay shed for the 3rd time. Nearly 4 minutes gone. In fact, just gone 4 minutes gone. 41 minutes to go. Monday Night Motorsport on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club for the final time this term. We take a 2-week break, an intermission if you like. It was Will Buchanan that went absolutely nowhere. Bang, bang, bang. Lucky not to get caught by a few more, I reckon. Could have been an absolute piñata. But one was bad enough.
He's in neutral.
That'll do it every day of the week.
And the worst thing about it with the supercars, it won't let you change gear until you have 0 revs.
Yes. At which point, well, you've got plenty of revs coming, but not the ones you want. And what happened in the garbage further ahead? We were focused on Will Buchanan and whether he'd get cleaned up or not. He did. But what happened beyond that? Let's have a look. Buchanan, of course, getting back underway and up to speed, and at the moment sitting well down the order as we know. McNamara was the one that not as bad as he would have thought. So McNamara went quite well downstage. Tell you what, well done to the car, the blue and white car on the left of shot there, that was able to hold the brakes and not come back into the racetrack from the green grass. Oh. Oh dear. Horton. Blinky willing it. All the way back to pit lane. And Greg Favell. We need to have a look at that again. He's gone for a little bit of a skateboard. Maybe an onboard shot will determine whether it was contact between those two cars or not. From the blimp now, the chopper. Oh, unlucky. Because the car on the left of shot there got crossed up and right back into Favell's line. Chris Stark highlighting the obvious there. What a shocker of a start for so many. So Nick Fodiatis in 13th at the moment. Michael Hammond off. Michael Hammond's off the road. He's dropped down to 6th spot. Now what's happened here? He's dropped 2 wheels on the grass coming out of Miller Corner, I would imagine. Let's have a look at this again. All on his own. Rushka.
Try to get that tight exit.
The right, not the left.
He tried to get the tight exit in the run and it just over-jandled it.
What on earth is going on here? You'd think that we told the blokes that it was a 4.5 minute race, not 45. Carnage, action, drama, intrigue. Damien Cairns on the cusp of championship glory. He just needs to keep it straight. He's got company in the form of Quantum Pecky's Racing, of course, Tim Nicol and Stephen Varga, front and rear. Now back to Favell, who is crunched up in the 76, in 10th place. Look at the front end of that thing. It's seen better days. That was all as a consequence of the ride up the slope coming out of the southern loop. Got a few people watching. Oh no, Colin Bennett, the Chickadee car. skirting through the dirt. Speaking of movers and shakers, I mean, up 8 spots, Brendan Griffiths, that's point number 1. Tony Baker, I think, might have been the car that got checked up and clouded into Griffiths. Favell, I should say.
He does have a Greg Favell shaped dent in the side of the car there.
He does. And I didn't catch who it was at first, but just having a look at the fact that he's down the order a little bit. He's still up 6 spots, but have a look at the shape of that thing.
There'll be a few
fast repair injected by the time they get the pit lane. I'd say
there'll be a few guys who'll be frothing for the first stop in fresh tyres and a fresh panel here and there.
Will there be 2?
Oh no!
Baker 2 symmetry, ballerina synchronised stuff. 3 cars in the dirt. Fodiatis caught up, Griffiths caught up, and Baker caught up. Somebody was just singing Brendan Griffiths praises. Look what it did. Oh dear.
So instead of commentators curse, we've got chat curse. Oh
Audience
no!
curse.
Tim Nichols gone wide.
Nichols wide. Through he goes. Fans. Nichols under pressure now because he's got Stephen Varga up his inside. Varga tucks back in. Nichols under the pump here. Cairns has got his way to the front. Varga down the inside. Varga says, let me take over and lead from the front, my friend. Nichols gets back through on the inside. Jostling amongst yourselves aren't going to help you, fellas. Not going to help you catch Damien Cairns here. He's now got some clear air. And it's so dangerous when either he or Greg Favell has that in their arsenal. Cairns, Nickel, Varga, Mahoney, Hart, Hammond, Geel, Christensen, Stride, and Favell the top 10 on an action-packed evening here already. And we're only 10 minutes in. So an enormous night on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Matty Dench going after title number 9 when we get the way stop from GT3 a little bit later on. Have a look at the aggressive caps locks from Josh Zuno. Oh, very nice. Zuno shouting it from the top of the rooftops. Me just shouting in general down the main straight. Cuthbertson up the outside. Christensen up the outside. Christensen to 7th. A beautiful move around the outside of Alan Geel. Held it nicely. To turn 2. Fraser's come to pit lane at the end of lap 7. But there have already been 2, 4, 6 pit stops and 1 retirement. 7 pit stops and 1 retirement. Craig Mason's parked up and done for the night. Everybody else still out there. McNamara in danger of going a lap down soon enough. Fraser comes back out onto the circuit in 23rd position. Korea Sark, Tomlin, Buchanan, McClymont, Horton, McNamara just going through the motions and trying to salvage something here. Everybody else still essentially in the fight. Sam Stride under the pump from Greg Favell here. Oh no, Baker again! More carnage at Miller Corner. Oh dear. Down the inside. Oh, he's locked it up on his own. And it becomes a car park. I don't know what the red, white and black car was doing on the inside. Michael Lado.
Michael Lado was like,
that was evasive action, then some.
I want none of that. I'm out of here.
Oh, you'll take the slow down as a consolation prize. So 12 minutes gone, 8 laps in the can. And around here, I mean, 2 laps every 3 minutes. So 3 by 15 gets you to 45. It's a long run down pit lane here as well. Josh Zudo, yes. Pointing out the threat of rain tonight in Belgium. Can't wait for a GT round there at the island either. Somewhere down the line, it would be guaranteed to sit down. So just going through the motions here, we would often talk about, so at a minute 28, let's round it up to a minute 30 just for the sake of it. 2 in 3 minutes gives you 10 laps every 15, then 20, 30. I think we're betting on the side of caution. If we say 30, maybe 29 at the minimum. 29, 30 laps is about where we're heading tonight, ladies and gentlemen. The numbers would suggest that it's a relatively simple calculation, but we know that it will vary depending upon how the speed maybe dwindles throughout the course. Oh no, more trouble. Tristan Koch, top of the hill. Cairns is out to a 1 second advantage. Varga, Nickel, Mahoney and Hart. Mahoney and Hart having a good little jostle, as are Favell and Geel. Favell's back to 8. Only a safety car really gets Favell back into this, I think, but we don't want that. We don't want the safety car, I mean. Oh, Varga's off. Varga's down. Drops 2 spots. Loses out. Hart goes through. Mahoney goes through. Hart up the outside. Varga! They're side by side through Siberia. Oh no, look at this. Hammond gets through 2 for the prize of 1. Varga still loses out. He still loses out in all of that. Eventually, Hart gets by, but Hart loses the spot as well. Have a look at this. Varga was second, locked it up. Got it into the dirt. Got it back on the black stuff. Had to go into defense mode because he had Hart right there, drifted through the corner, took Hart with him. Michael Hammond said thank you very much and really got cleaned up in the process. How good's grand final night? So Geel in 9th. We've got Varga and Favell on pit road. Yeah, Varga and Favell on pit road at the end of lap 10.
No surprises for Favell. He'll be looking to be basically as early as possible. Critical lap, try and get the tyres and that panel damage done. Because he was doing easily low 27s in quali. He hasn't even hit a 28 yet in the race. So that damage is holding him up. Oh, Geel's gone wide.
Up the road. Geel's in the grass. Geel's losing a spot. Stride goes through. Stride's the best place for the Super 3 contingent. By a long margin, it is fair to say. A long margin. Let's have a look at that now for you. He's about 3 seconds up the road on... No, he's
30 seconds.
Much more than that. 30 seconds up the road. 15.1 plays 43.6. That's 28 seconds. 28.5 seconds between first and second.
I'm pretty sure he's the only Super 3 to not have been in an incident so far. Everyone else has been caught up in that first start where Buchanan was in neutral, or during everyone else's incidents and spins and kerfuffles. So he's just kept his nose clean and got a massive lead, and he can just cruise on to the end of the race now.
Nickel, Mahoney and Hammond all to pit lane, so too Hart. So the pit stops are underway. As I say, long run down the lane here. But if the transit time is only about 40 seconds, top to toe, they may squeeze in that 30th lap at the end of the 45th minute. It might require a little bit of overtime. If they can't, because the transit time's too long, then obviously the race will end at 29 laps. It is touch and go as to which way it's going to go tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Still 28 minutes left in this race. Don't forget, race options GT3 from Spa, potentially wet Spa. Our first wet race on the platforms of the GSRC as far as broadcast is concerned. Hold on to it, Damien Cairns. Well done. Yeah, Colin Bennett off the road again.
He's trying for a bit of an overcut, and the last thing you want to do is make a mistake and give those guys a chance to undercut you.
Exactly. You do not want to do that. Nickel, the best place of those two, is stopped at the moment. Can Stride Bodie out of Fizzer yet to stop. Everybody else has transited the lane at least once, including those that may have to transit 3 times because of the... oh no, Colin Bennett parked up and done. Unsafe entry there. He will get done for that, I'm sure. He's on the tow rope now anyway. And Damien Cairns to pit lane at the end of lap number 12. And that's interesting in its own right because that implies that we're going to see a second round of pit stops here. Given no one's been able to go longer than 12 so far. Stride I dare say follow out of condition will follow. We know that this is heading for 29, 30 laps. There will be a splash and dash requirement here. How early you want to go will be dependent upon how full your fuel tank is. Some have gone for the short fuel, but unfortunately they had no choice because they came in lap 1, lap 2 and hadn't burnt the tank yet. So there's going to be some drivers here transiting line 3 times, potentially ending this race a lap down. Top 4 all in, field cleansed first time round. And Damien Cairns still leads this thing from Tim Nicol and Stephen Varga and Michael Hammond. So Varga has fought his way back into this, but he's taken a little bit less fuel this time round compared to everybody else. He was stationary for 19.6, the other two 21.5 and 21.7. Sean Hart off the road at turn 1, the fastest point of the racetrack. Field cleansed first time round and pit window now. I'd say anyone that stops on lap 18 should be able to get home at the end of lap 18. So you wouldn't want to go any earlier than that. Based on the numbers we're seeing, 18 is the critical number. You should be able to get home from there. But that means you could go as late as, well, what are we saying, 23, 24, once you get a clear indication, clear picture of where this race is going as far as time is concerned. And I'll have a bit more of an idea on that for this come by the line with Damien Cairns. Because as he comes across the line, remembering that 14 laps would go evenly in 21 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Cairns coming through turn 11 now, heading up towards turn 12. Michael Hammond and Stephen Varga side by side. Hammond around the outside of 11. Varga forces the issue as they run to 12. Have a look at this. 2 racers not willing to give an inch, elbows out, drag race down the main straight as clean as you've ever seen. We're right on the cusp of not getting that 30th lap too, ladies and gentlemen. They crossed the line within that threshold. So keep an eye on that. We may get there, but it'll be by the skin of our teeth. Hammond consolidates and gets the job done. Hammond moves to 3rd, Varga displaced. They've got 1.5 seconds on Mahoney. We're getting questions regarding Greg Favell being down in 27th. That is news to us.
He's been in the pits.
He's back on pit lane and he's been there for 1.5 minutes. Championship done for the man that's led it much of the way. Unbelievable drama here at Phillip Island. And how has that happened and where did it happen, more to the point? Wow. This is just ridiculous what's going on tonight. I don't know if there's enough time between the end of this race and the start of the next one to review the tape and to try and make sense of it. Varga all over the back of Hammond SMSing here. How about that?
He's driven back into the pit second time. My only guess is he's got a penalty on pit exit on the first one.
Yep. No. Blown engine. It's the comment coming up on YouTube. It is from Greg Favell. I would assume Accelerate Sim Racing, blown engine. Greg Favell out of business. Wow. The sting in the tail. It does bite so hard occasionally. On the only night, the only stage where it matters. There it is. Bloody hell.
Must have been probably just downshifting a little bit too early. With these V8 supercars, the downshifts are really crucial to your braking performance.
So, I mean, it will still be championship glory for Accelerate. It just will be Damien Cairns, not Greg Favell. We probably didn't see that one coming, with no disrespect to Damien Cairns, because when Favell's on, he's in a different postcode. And he set the fastest time of the race that last time around as well, 1 minute 28.37. Have a look at this. Adam Proctor under pressure here from Alan Geel. Alan Geel going through. Side by side again. Up to Lukey Heights. Proctor's been displaced. Oh boy. We'll hopefully get a chance to chat to Greg Favell at some point. We know he'll be disappointed with how that's played out. We know he'll be somewhat elated, though, for his teammate and the team at large if Damien Cans can hold on and get it done here. But that is really disappointing for the championship to be decided like that. I mean, mechanical failures or crashes, you never like to see it won that way. We'd much rather an elbows out, duke out, a clean fight right the way to the end. It wasn't to be tonight. We will look elsewhere for our entertainment on that front with regards to those close, hard-fought battles. Tim Nicol is still holding down second. He's got a second on Michael Hammond. Varga's got Mahoney for company at the moment. And Chris Stark has a good point, actually. Maybe there needs to be some regulations in place for season-long participation. And Adam, I'll be interested to get your thoughts on this and everybody else tuning in at home as well. That's a really interesting point of discussion from Starkey as far as eligibility is concerned. We know that you're the right person that could police that if we were able to implement it. But this would probably eradicate or eliminate those one-off wildcard cameo appearances. Pick the synonym you like. At this time of the year, especially when it's tracks like Phillip Island and Bathurst that are hosting the grand finale.
Well, I'm looking through the driver list at the moment. There isn't really that many in here who haven't been racing all season.
Yeah,
there's only maybe 2 or 3, if that. So I don't know if it's a big major problem. But I'm guessing one of those 2 or 3 must have got an incident with Stuckey, and obviously. He's not happy about that, but it's fair enough for him to be not happy. If you get caught in an incident, it's not something you're going to be pleased about.
Down the inside.
Oh, Proctor.
Keelan Proctor, the battle continues. Proctor has squeezed through. He's just managed to find enough room to get his way by. And he did it cleanly as well.
Yeah, he definitely put the glove on for that one.
19 minutes to go. Normally we'd be getting the checkered flag at this point. Oh, off goes Brendan Griffiths again. Normally we'd be getting the checkered flag at this point, but we go an extra 20 minutes tonight. Well done to all and sundry that were able to get home early enough to make this happen, especially those of you that live outside of the progressive and civilised states. It is a bit of a push at this time of the year when we wind the clock back and start 20 minutes earlier, and to extend the clock of race time, of course. The only other option we probably would have had, Adam Lavis, would have been to start the GT3 race at 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, not 8:45, but that would have then had implications for our mates over the ditch who start the race at 11 p.m. 10:45 p.m. as it is already.
Yeah, it'd be a very late finish for GT3 if we start any time at 9 or 9 or after 9. So the race doesn't go away at 10:30, which is half past midnight over in New Zealand. So it's a bit of a commitment ask there.
Indeed. So much drama indeed, Greg Brooks, but we are past halfway, mate. Don't worry about that.
So the interesting...
we've been past halfway for about 4.5 minutes. Continue, Adam, please.
I was thinking the interesting thing with the guys, because they've run the tank basically dry in that first stint, and which has shown us that they're probably going to have to do at least a splash. There's sort of 2 ways they could have gone about that. So they've all seemed to be going for just basically, I'm assuming if it's just a splash, it may not get tyres because the tyres may not cover, the fuel may not cover the tyres if it's only a splash stop. Whereas the alternate option would have been to split the race evenly, and you could have taken 2 sets of tyres because tyres would have been covered if you took a 2/3 tank each time. So interesting that the guys they've all gone for like a full tank and a splash. Be interesting to see if tyres are covered in that splash. Because tyres are king on those first few laps in the supercars because they have a very strong degradation.
Have a look at this. Nicol now. Under the pump. Michael Hammond's all over him like a cheap suit at the moment. SMSing that bumper down the long straights here at Phillip Island. He's too far back to have a look this time by. And Damien Cairns leads by 4.6 seconds at the moment. Tim Nicol is second. Michael Hammond is third. This battle was particularly close that we just had a look at. Wayne Visser and Greg Spencer. Back to Hammond. He's still got Nicol to one end and Varga to the other. Mahoney back there as well. Good gap back to Sean Hart. Good gap back to David Christensen. Proctor's managed to put Gilles at bay.
Yeah, it's probably the one benefit with Favell being in the garage is giving us the mathematic equation for how much fuel it takes to cover the tyre stop.
Essentially, the Matty Gensch of this caper is now letting out all the secrets. We appreciate that, Greg. Thank you. So any more than 8 letters to take tyres, because you don't pay a price that way. And around here, the fresh rubber, such an advantage.
Oh, also, I think that's where that missing piece of the puzzle you guys are trying to work out for Thursday. I reckon Denchi took tyres.
Yeah, righto.
And because I know from in my class, I'm 90% sure that Chuck took tyres, and I think he only took like either one tyre or 2 front tyres because his balance was horrendous for like 3 laps after that. He was struggling hard to get the tyres back to an even drivable sort of state. Oh, it's tight.
Look at this.
He's left the last time. He didn't gentle it.
This is Michael Hammond, isn't it? To a T. If there's the smallest buffer, the smallest margin to play with, he will try and invent something out of it to try and sandwich his way through. And there was millimetres in that. It wasn't an overtaking opportunity, but it just about managed to turn it into one. Sometimes he will go for the gap that's barely existent. Down the inside, that's far more existent. But he's going to be on the wrong side of the racetrack when they get to 11 if Tim Nicol can keep the foot into it.
This is the same move you did earlier.
Card. Michael Hammond has done it again, has he? Down the outside on the run to turn 12. If he can hold it there, we like the inside line when they get to turn 1. He might not have to wait that long. Nicol back down the inside. No, another drag race initiated here. Down they go. The end of lap 20, the start of lap 21. Hammond's got the job done. Geez, that thing's got some poke in a straight line. Commodore v Commodore. 1, 2, 3 at the moment, the Commodores. And barely a second in it between first and second in this battle on screen at the moment.
He must, because that usually with these older generation supercars, side damage was crucial. If you had side damage, it just ruined your straight line speed. Mikey's got rear bumper sort of side panel damage, so it must be just outside that zone to slow him down because he's still got his pace and he's making good use of it.
So Hammond doing a very nice job of it.
And the second round of pit stops has started.
Sean Hart, David Christensen, Sean Vandermeulen all in this time round. And just to go back and cover off the point, the 2 cars on screen in that battle now, Hammond's now managed to put it nearly a second on Nicol. So he's looking good now to put Nicol at bay here and keep him there. But the problem is they are 5 seconds down the road from Damien Cairns, who's opened up an extraordinary buffer. 5.66 seconds. Boardman. No. This is not a positional battle. We've picked up Boardman in 8th. Oh, no, it is. It's a battle, but
overall,
it's not
class.
It's an overall, not a class. Yeah, that's what was throwing me off. Boardman in 7th. Displaces Stride in 8th. And moves himself up into 7th position. Nicely done. Oh, look at this. Boardman and Stride, how good. I was a little bit perplexed by that. I couldn't quite tell what was going on, but Stride and Boardman are still going at. And we're wrong on both fronts because it is actually a positional battle. And it is a class battle. It's Stride and Boardman.
Oh, they're both in Super 3.
Super 3. They're both Super 3. Yeah.
Where'd Boardman come from?
For one reason or another, I was looking for Boardman and I couldn't quite work out the buffer either side of him. I was just getting thrown off by that. And then when you said that it was a positional battle, I was like, hang on, you're right.
Well, that's because when we looked at it earlier, it must have been because Stride hadn't pitted yet. That was part of the reason of the 30-second lead. So maybe that was sort of threw us off a little bit.
And for Boardman, that's his second stop done now. So he's on his way home. He's on his way to the checkered flag. Cairns, Mahoney, Stride, 1, 2, and 3. Everyone else behind them, with the exception of Nick Fodiatis, Wayne Blizzard, Greg Spencer, yet to stop a second time. There will be a few more. Yeah, it's funny, Greg Brooks mentioning Horton's blinking. It's been a problem since the outset, and I just heard something come through my earpiece from within the server, within the race server itself.
Yeah, one of the drivers
was alerting him to that.
Yeah,
one of the drivers just saying, hang on, Horto, yeah, blinking's getting pretty off-putting, mate. So either sort it or park up, one or the other. Stephen Varga at the moment chases Michael Hammond. So Hammond's back in the clutches of Varga and Nickel. Now that those three men have cycled pit lane, transited for the second time. Cairns and Stride continue on. Cairns has actually stopped twice already. He stopped on lap 22. We're now on lap 23. He's got back out in front of everybody to the tune of 5.7.
Mahoney's stop is long.
Seconds. So, you're right. So let's get to Mahoney in a moment. But before that, I just want to point out that Cairns was able to get in and get out in front of everybody and not lose any time compared. So he didn't win or lose any time, gain or lose time compared to the last the buffer he had before the pit lane cycle started. Now, yeah, it does hurt when the internet lets you down. But you're right. Joe Mahoney. Well, let's have a look at this.
Oh, he's way too hot.
Pit lane speeding. So he's held for pit lane speeding. He's held for 40 seconds. So Mahoney's night is done. He's down outside the top 10 in 14th place now. And Sam Stride yet to stop the second time. Fodiatis yet to stop the second time. So too Wayne Visitor. Everybody else looks as though they're heading towards the checkered flag now. And next time by the line, I want to have a look at the time on the clock for Damien Hands. He is going to get back to the line with 9.5 minutes on the clock or thereabouts. So Cairns will take us to 30. He will take us to 30 laps tonight, but it will be by about maybe 16 seconds. Round onto the main straight he comes. Here he comes across the line now. 23 laps gone, bang there. And there was 9.25 minutes on the clock. 6 laps in 9 minutes, 15 seconds up the sleeve, bang. We go to 30 laps tonight. We will run the scheduled, the full distance essentially. That was anticipated based on the calculations at the start of the night. As I said, it's always touch and go with regards to the pit stops here because the pit lane is so bloody long. But we will go to 30. Have a look at this. Proctor down the inside of Christensen. That is the position. Proctor to 7th. Starkey makes a good point. Yes, he will. He will have to stop again. Because I can't see him getting an 18-lap run out of this.
He did 12. He's on his 12th lap of this stint.
Eight minutes to go. Nice bit of driving from Adam Proctor. Have a look at Gilles trying to force his way back into this fight. But, oh, Gilles gone wrong. Gilles gone wrong! How did he not collect Boardman and Stride? My goodness. And Gilles is a Super 2 competitor, and those two are fighting for the win in Super 3. Have a look at this. Gilles went deep, locked it up. Too deep, way too deep, in and around. Oh, very well done. Fodiatis comes to pit lane now at the end of lap 24. The field is cleansed at this point. Very well done from both Stride and Boardman to avoid Gilles' rear wing there. Oh dear. Fodiatis on pit road. Right across the start-finish strike now. Look at this. 2 car lengths in it. That's about it. As far as first and second in class are concerned. This is the Super 3 supremacy at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. And as far as the championship's concerned, can I just have a look at that? Because am I right in saying that Boardman led this at one point? Earlier in the season?
He was leading for the most part of the early season, yeah.
And now he's going to finish a distant second to Aaron Bryan, and Stride's come home like a steam train. Could well get over the top of Greg Spencer on points tonight and finish third in the championship. So there's those implications to be considered as well here as we count down to the checkered flag. And if we have a look at it again, this is Tristan Koch at Siberia. And he manages to avoid going skateboarding. Off goes Joe Mahoney again as well. Mahoney's down the road at...
He's out of fuel.
Corner. Oh, no, he's out of fuel. That's him on screen there. I was thinking, I was trying to work out where he was.
He's had the pit stop and the penalty and forgot to put fuel in. That is a harsh mistake.
Mahoney's parked up and night is done. Wow. I was trying to work out where he was on the circuit based on the timing monitor because it said 24.29 and I was like, where would that possibly be? It's Southern Loop. That was him on the screen. Oh, gee. When it rains, it pours. I'm proof of that. Joe Mahoney off and done, out of business and not willing to just get on the tow rope and go to pit lane. He's happy to stay there at the moment. Boardman down the inside. Boardman on stride. Thank you very much. Cairns the leader, Hammond second, Nickel third, Varga fourth, Hart fifth, Proctor sixth, Christensen, Jill, Van der Meulen, Odiatis, Griffiths, Fraser, Visser, Buchanan, Horton, McClymont, Mahoney and Favell. Now as far as that's the Super 2 standing, Super 3, Boardman, Stride, Spencer, Blind. In the top four in the championship, and the top four in the race. Hold your breath. It's over in 4 laps from now. 4 laps to go for Damien Cairns. He's on the way home. No! Trouble! Gone! Visser. Getting caught up in all of that with Buchanan.
No, that was Aaron Bryan.
Oh, no, it was Aaron Bryan. Oh, boy, oh, boy. One of those nights. It's going to be one of those nights. Good luck, race control, reviewing the tape of this. This is ridiculous. So there are only a few battles left on the racetrack. Stride and Geel. Stride's lost out on Boardman, so forget about that. Odiatis and Griffiths, and this one here, Buchanan and Laffey. Buchanan in Super 2, Ladder in Super 3.
Oh, Joe blew his engine as well.
So 2 blind engines tonight. 2 blind engines! And the point about Flat Spot City is true. So Mahoney's parked up. There'll be a yellow flag there because he's still on the racetrack. He hasn't towed the pit lane. Daniel Correa-Sar's parked up out of business. Now Mahoney toes the pit lane. He's obviously tuned into the commentary. Oh, brilliant. Bad luck, Joe. Bad luck also Greg Favell, Tony Baker, Craig Mason, early retirement. So too Daniel Correa-Sar. Colin Bennett's a lap down, but still out there soldiering on. In fact, he's not the only one a lap down. Everyone down to, or from, I should say, Tomlin, McClymont, Koch, McNamara, and Bennett all down a lap at the moment. And Bennett not helping himself because he's off the track again. This is what happened to Bennett. This is middle corner.
He's doing the old track.
Straight on. Yeah. Out into the back of the pit. Make sure you stay with us, folks. Plenty still to come. We'll pick this one apart post-race, and then we'll get into Wasted Options GT3. It's Play 1 Simgear Super 2 and Super 3 from the island, the gateway to hypothermia. Oh, look at that. Stride's lost out to Geel. Geel's got back through. Geel has got back through tonight.
I think Stride's blown his tyres off. He's struggling for front grip.
So.
Oh,
no, there it is. Yeah, you're right. Picked it Adam Lavis. Well done. And I think Geel might have got it crossed up through there as well. And was lucky not to go with him. Jeez. 2 laps to go for Damien Cairns. He's on the run home to the checkered flag. Damien Cairns is on his way to championship supremacy. anyone think we'd be saying that tonight? With no disrespect to Damien Cairns, the engine failure for Greg Favell, the early incident, it just did not go his way. But the team stable is still going to lift the trophy.
Well, on the plus side, it's going to be easy for him to put next season's number on. He's just going to rip 2 8s off.
Exactly, that's right. And for Greg Favell, well, I mean, to be fair, if Tony Baker wasn't running number 2, Greg Favell could. The old team stable 1 and 2, that'd be something. But no, Favell will stay faithful to number 076 for now, as Damien Cairns will go to number 1. So he's capitalised on the misfortunes of those around him, and sometimes you've got to do that in this caper. It has been a magnificent performance from Damien Cairns. He will see the white flag this time by. It will be 4.45 kilometres around the 12-turn Phillip Island circuit, separating him and the checkered flag.
You might need a bit of a telescope to find it, though.
Yeah, I know. He may as well be parked up over at Ricky Heights. I mean, look at the place. Off the circuit, 100 metres out of your line of sight.
At least he brought some scaffolding with him, unlike at Spa.
I mean, at least you can see him waving the bloody flag. But if your peripherals are shot like mine,
actually, I've actually set up a bunny cam for Spa now. He's actually not. It's even worse when you actually have a bunny cam. He's sitting right behind a pole, so you can't actually see the track properly right in front of him.
that doesn't surprise me.
But that being said,
that's iRacing to a T.
It's only going to be temporary because I'm pretty sure iRacing are planning on doing a rescan of Spa pretty soon, so it should be updated.
Let's hope so, because really, it's just not good enough. I mean, there's already perfectly built designated flag stands for these people. Anyway, time elapses. We're on the run home, and it's been a magnificent performance from Damien Cairns. Tim Nicol unlucky. He will be third across the line tonight, holding off his teammate Stephen Varga. Brendan Griffiths comes to pit lane at the end of lap 29 to grab the top hole and go home from there. And Greg Favell will rue what might have been, because his teammate is now just a couple of corners away from securing the title. There he is, last turn, checkered flag. Damien Cairns lights it up onto the main straight. Round victory and championship glory. Cairns does it at the island and wins the Player One Sim Gear Super2 V8 Challenge. Term 1 of 2024 of the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. How about that? Second to Hammond, what a fight that was. Third to Nicol, fourth to Varga, fifth to Hart, and sixth to Adam Proctor. David Christensen, Alan Geel, James Boardman and Sam Strider make up the top 10. Boardman, of course, the leader of his class in Super 3. To win Super 3, even though he won't get the championship. Well done, James Boardman. Sam Strider goes second. And very shortly, around onto the main straight will come the champion, Aaron Bryan. Currently running down in position number 4 in this class. I'm not sure exactly what that equates to in terms of on-track outright position, but it doesn't matter. Aaron Bryan just needs to get through these last 3 quarters. Whoa, he's locked it up through 10, 16th outright. And this will put him 4th in class. He'll miss the podium tonight. Greg Spencer gets the last place on the podium in Super 3, but 4th is good enough. Bryan gets the championship glory in Super 3 with 4th place at the island. Job done. And the FORDs have missed out in both championships. Holden do it in both Super 3 and Super 2. We are just 28 minutes away, ladies and gentlemen, from the start of the Waste Options GT3 Grand Finale. We will bring you the pro splits tonight. Damien Cairns lights it up in celebration and jubilation. And he can enjoy those donuts, and you can enjoy them with him. Damien Cairns the winner. 9.5 seconds to winning margin in the end. Have a look at this. Lights it up. And rightly so. He might be out of juice. That might be the only reason they stopped. Yeah, there they go. So he's done. But what about that for a moment? So there's the Super 2 results for you as far as the Phillip Island round was concerned. Yes. Cairns, Hammond, Nickel, Varga, Hart, Proctor, Christensen, Geel, Vandermeulen, and Fodiatis. Well done, Nick, getting in the top 10 in the end outright. In class at least. And beyond that, we had a few non-finishers, Joe Mahoney, Greg Favell, and Tony Baker. I'm delighted to say that we've got Greg Favell here in just a moment to have a chat to us. So too, Brendan Griffiths, Tim Nickel, and the champion, Damien Cairns. The Super 3 results, if you don't mind, please, Adam Lavis. Remind or inform everybody that James Bourman got the job done from Sam Stride, Greg Spencer, and of course Aaron Bryan, the champion-elect in Super 3. It was a 45-minute race. It had enough action for a 10-week season, especially in the early stages. And the most surprising aspect in all of it was that Greg Favell got caught up in trouble early, and it went all downhill from there, and as a result, the man that went in with the advantage misses out on the title. I'll be interested to see what the final standings look like. I'm sure Adam Lavis is crunching those numbers right now. Let's bring in the drivers now to have a chat after all of that. Greg, I'll start with you. Elated for the team, quite rightly, but you must be disappointed with how your night ended so abruptly and prematurely.
Well, a little bit disappointed, but let's take nothing away from Damien. He was there all season. If you're not there, you're not in the shot for the title, and he come through the victor in the end, so well done to Damien.
Geez, Craig Mason was involved in more hits than Elvis in the opening 10 laps, I reckon. And right off the start as well. No, you're right, Greg. Take nothing away from your teammate. I mean, at the end of the day, we've often said that attendance and consistency is rewarded in this caper. You were unlucky, though, it's fair to say. We'll get to the engine failure in just a moment because there were two of those tonight, both well documented. But for you, unfortunately, Tony Baker getting a little bit crossed up just took you right out of business early.
Yeah, I got a bad start. I got a good start, and then I lost my clutch. I was revving and going nowhere, so I don't know what's happened there. And then, I got it caught up in a few incidents at the start there, and then I just tried to push. After that second stint, I seen I closed a bit, and I knew I had to get a few more positions to be still in a shot, and I just pushed too hard. So, like I said, was it meant to be? Well done to Damien, and move on to next season.
Indeed. Come back in just a moment with regards to next season and also the way tonight ended up. Damien, let's bring you in, mate. Congratulations. Championship glory. You certainly don't want to win championships like that, especially when it's a teammate duel and it goes awry for him in that fashion. But at the end of the day, as he said, take the hat off to you because this is testament to 10 weeks of consistent hard work, mate. Well done.
Yeah, very excited. Woohoo! Yes, very excited. So you take what you can, and I mean, you've still got to drive, and you still got to be out front. You still got to win races, and so it was great. It would have been great to fight Greg to the end, but one of us made it up, got there in the end. So it's been a great season.
I think all of us would have loved to have seen you guys duke it out right at the very end on the racetrack and have that be won in a hard, clean, fair fight. But you don't always get what you want. Trust me, I know. In saying that, from your standpoint, I want you to talk us through the mentality and the approach to the night that was when you learned of, firstly, Greg's dropped down the order, and then secondly, his retirement, mate. That must have added a little bit of pressure to you in the sense that, geez, I've only got to get to the finish. But it must have relieved some in some respects, knowing that all you had to do was finish, essentially, to get the job done.
Yeah, because he was out pretty early, so there was a 45-minute race. You couldn't count Greg out to come back and put a challenge. So
exactly.
There was still the pressure on there. And then, obviously, once his engine blew, it really took the pressure off. Then I could just relax and just drive the car and finish, like you say. Just got to finish and take the winning.
Indeed. From your standpoint, mate, I mean, we upped it from 25 minutes to 45 minutes tonight. It's certainly the action certainly increased tenfold as a result of that. But do you Do you prefer the short races or the longer races?
If it wasn't a championship race, it would have been great to have the longer ones, but that extra 20 minutes is just like before you start the race. But yeah, no, it was good fun. But the short sprint races are good too. I do enjoy those.
Indeed. Highlight of, I mean, apart from the obvious and getting the championship done and securing it for the team. I mean, if it wasn't going to be you taking the championship for the team, from the team standpoint, it was going to be Greg. But from you, the highlight of the season, apart from the obvious, which is that championship number one, mate.
Probably the first win that I had in the season. It's
Detroit.
always good to Detroit. That's it. And especially at Detroit too, being such a concrete jungle. That was a bit of a highlight. But I mean, you can't beat today. I drove really well, and I think I pushed out about 10 seconds from the guy behind. So, it felt nice and comfortable. But that would probably be the highlight from this season.
Indeed. As far as next season's concerned, the obvious question: do you just rip the 2.8s off the number there and run with the number one?
I think I might have to, because I don't know when I'll get a chance to do it again. So I think I'll take the one while I can, and then see how we go. See if we can't do it again.
For sure. I mean, there's still 3 weeks until we get underway again for the new season. Monday, April 15th. For those who are playing along at home, hope you can join us. And by that point, it'll be a lot friendlier for those not in progressive and civilised states, being Northern Territory, Queensland, and Western Australia, of course, with everything falling back into their favour as far as time zones are concerned. What are you most looking forward to, mate? I mean, obviously, I don't think the supercar's been involved in the rain loving that iRacing's deployed. And there's a couple of new circuits that have dropped that we haven't raced these cars on before. It'll be interesting to see what the calendar looks like when it drops. Yeah,
we'll just hang out for the calendar and see where we're at, and then we'll go again next year and see if we can't do it again.
Indeed. All right, mate. Anyone you want to tip the hat to and thank on the way out here before we get and have a chat to Tim and Brendan, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to you guys in the league, everyone that runs it behind the scenes, the race controls that we had during the year. We've got a few sponsors on the car: Timber, Primal Wheels, Box and Lock in Narang, and Modern Deck. And also thanks to Greg for his help and practice and stuff, getting the setups right, and a little bit of coaching when you need it. So he's fantastic to have in the team, and there's a few other guys that help out a lot as well. Most of all, I should thank my beautiful wife for letting me come and race these cars online.
Absolutely. Happy wife, happy life, as they say.
Yeah, exactly.
So the last one before I just get a final couple of words from Greg. How do you spend the next couple of Monday nights knowing that you haven't got this 7:45 engagement that we normally have?
I'll probably have 3 Mad Mondays, I reckon.
I like it. I'm all for
Before
it. Next Monday is a public holiday, of course.
That's it. They're all public holidays from now on.
Exactly. We've just declared Mondays public holidays every week. I'm all for it. Well done, mate. Go and celebrate this. Enjoy it. Well done. Congratulations on putting a very nice campaign together over the 10 weeks and being there to capitalise when it mattered.
Thank you very much. Catch us later.
Greg Favell, there he is, Damien Cairns, the champion. Greg, before I let you go, mate, I think Damien made a good point. We should tip the hat off to you as a collective here at the club, because whilst you're not only there with expert insights, analysis and setups and the like for your team, you've also been a very good sport in helping other members in the series make some progress on that front as well. Particularly, I think it was Magello that they all relied on you for a setup for. So well done on that and your sportsmanship throughout the course of the season, mate. And as I let you go, what are you most looking forward to with regards to next season? No doubt hungry to get the number one back. And obviously we've got a couple of new tracks to potentially look forward to, knowing that we still don't have rain with these cars, but who needs it when we have action like what we had tonight?
Yeah, looking forward to next season now. I'm pretty motivated after tonight, and last week wasn't very good either. So as long as I don't miss too many rounds, I think that's what's cost me this season. I've had to miss a few rounds due to work, and hopefully get my new VR in the next month. So I get back off the monitors and back to the VR. I'm looking forward to that. So yeah.
All right, mate. Very nicely done. Again, congratulations to you. We'll have a look at the final points standings very shortly. But I would dare say that you two, we know that Damien's got the job done as far as the podium's concerned. And having a look at the points coming into tonight, it would have been impossible to see you being knocked out of the top two. But then again, with the retirement, I'm not sure what implications that has. So stick around. I know that Adam Lavis will update us on that for all and sundry very shortly. Enjoy the couple of Monday nights off, and we'll catch up with you on the 15th.
All right, thanks, fellas, and thanks for everything you do. There
he is, Greg Favell, and the team champion, Damien Cairns. What about that? Tim Nicol, between Stephen Varga and Michael Hammond, you had quite the night at the office.
Oh, mate, unbelievable. Mikey, yeah, we were very impressed with Mikey's patience in the first opening laps, which is unusual for Mikey. So I was a little bit worried. I was like, what is he up to? And then he brought it to me, and then he spun out of Miller, and I was not expecting him to get back up to the front near the track. But yeah, he's always a fierce competitor, and he doesn't mind sending it. So yeah, he was. And then Vargs did the undercut, got in front of me, and I was like, oh, it looks like I am set for a fourth or a fifth position here, and Vargs locked it up. And yeah, when you're that deep into that session, into the race, it's very hard to pull back time because those tyres are not so great.
Indeed. It's always... well, there's two things. Even in a 25-minute race, if you fall over early, it's impossible. In a 45-minute race, as was proven tonight, it's impossible if you make a ride for your own back early in the piece, but late in the piece, just about forget about it. From your own personal standpoint, it looked like you guys had good pace. It looked like you had a good setup, but there was just no going with Damien Kemp.
Yeah, definitely. Damo had the pace. I was impressed with myself going into qualifying because I'd done no laps at all. And I think I did half a dozen, and I couldn't stitch a lap together in practice. So what I must say is a massive thanks to Greg Favell. I never pronounce his name right. And because of his
frankly, I'm not even sure that I pronounce it right, just to be honest. So,
his camaraderie, yes. Exactly. His camaraderie in supplying setups, and yeah, I got into the session late. The first thing he said, Tim, setups in shed, and I was just like, wow, what a bloke, unbelievable. Did the same for Varg. So, it wouldn't be as fun as it is without that generosity. So no, it's definitely a privilege when you get to race with people like that are willing to share. And but it still blows my mind how quick that man is, and if he says he's going to go quicker with VR, look out.
Yeah, we're all in a little bit of trouble, no doubt about that. What have you enjoyed most about the season, apart from that camaraderie, mate, and apart from the rip and tear nature of these 25-minute races, and what are you most looking forward to in 3 weeks' time when we reconvene?
Yeah, no, I think the biggest thing that I enjoyed in this one is having my new team member, Stephen Varga, join me. So that's been great. Being able to share the Discord with those boys. Look, it's a great league. I love what you guys do for broadcast and the commentary side of it. Those little touches, make it worthwhile coming. And it's nice to have a bit of a chat at the end of the race when you've done well. It's a bit of a pump up. So it's good. I love the sprint races because we're not the V8 Vets series doesn't do the sprint races. So it's nice to come in on a Monday, do a bit of practice, quali, bang the race out, go and have dinner with the family. It's good.
Just some breaking news here that I think is of interest and importance to all and sundry here. We love our motorsport in the real world as much as we do the sim world, and we had plenty to sink our teeth into throughout the course of the weekend. Breaking news out of Formula One circles, and this is according to Fox Motorsport. Daniel Ricciardo handed two-race ultimatum being in inverted commas, to improve or be axed from the Red Bull MasterCard Visa, bloody cash loan, whatever it's called, team now. So that's not necessarily a surprise, but not the sort of news you want to see on a Monday night straight after his home Grand Prix. And Liam Lawson might be the one that can switch there as a potential replacement. All right, Timmy, what do you do with the next 2 Monday nights, mate?
Next couple of Monday nights. Well,
no
what am I going to do? What am I going to do? No racing. Maths is finished. Holy shit! I'm gonna have to actually find something to do. Maybe I'll paint some more liveries.
I'm not gonna lie. I just may or may not have lost a little bit of respect when you use the word math. But then again, I can't talk. I watch Home and Away, so I'll throw myself under the bus there with you.
Now we've got. Sorry, we'll move on. Now we've got a couple of new team members in the team. They're getting pretty excited. We've just spruiked up the livery, so we've got a white QPR on the side. So I've been busily just making a few GT3 and a few sprint car, and we'll do the Cadillac. So yeah, a few Mondays spare. Gives me a bit of time. Work's pressuring. I shouldn't have missed last week because I was actually in town, but I was getting ready to go to Alice Springs the following day. So nice. Yeah, it's but I am giving Alice a miss for a bit, so it'll be much more norther to the west, over in the Arnhem region. So those flights are a little bit more doable and not such a longer run. So no, we'll have a break. Yeah.
Your teammates now feeding me uppercuts actually. Have a look at the comments section. Home and Away, that's it. Here's my resignation. Don't do that. Don't do that, Stephen. Well done tonight, actually, by the way. And because I've got nowhere to be Easter weekend, I have got 12 episodes of Home and Away to catch up on, but that's neither here nor there. Timmy, I was tempted to coin the phrase Alice who the is Alice, but it's too early in the evening for that. And we know you're talking about Alice Springs. Go well, mate. Enjoy everything up there in the top end, and we'll catch up with you at the start of the new season, mate. Go well.
Beautiful. Thanks, Zach. See you, mate.
Brandon Griffiths, to you. Getting a fair bit of static at your end, actually. Not sure what that's all about. However, in saying that, mate, you finished down 15th in Super 2, and I think that's 20th outright in the end. You had your work cut out for you throughout the course of the evening. In fact, there were unfortunately a few occasions where when we crossed to you, you'd either found grass or company. It was a challenging night, but at least you got there in the end, mate.
Yeah, from the start, and watching and trying to gaze the thunder through the smoke cloud off that start line, I kind of got in my own head and just started making little mistakes that probably shouldn't be making now that I've been here for long enough.
I mean, it is that sort of night, isn't it? Pressure cooker situation, grand final, points on the line, a huge grid of 30, incidents from the outset, and two guys sustaining engine failures that we wouldn't normally see as well. So, I mean, at the end of the day, that's just part of the core of racing, isn't it?
It is, but I really want to capitalise on tonight, and our qualifying car was terrible, but I found something in the race setup that was a little bit more to my liking, and then we were able to hang around the outside of the top 10 for a little while. Then I just made a stupid mistake, and then ran out of fuel on the second last lap. So really did my own nails in my own coffin tonight, unfortunately.
Indeed you did. What do you most look forward to now with 2 weeks off and next season, mate? I mean, there's a couple of new tracks that no doubt will get a run here on these platforms once the new season gets up and away on April 15. And what do you take away from the last 10 weeks in the season that was to apply to next season and hopefully improve on the result?
Well, I switched to direct drive midway through the season, so I upgraded my gear, and I found a little bit of pace on the back of that. So hopefully I can spend the next 3 weeks just jumping in and trying to find a little bit more setup wise with the equipment that I can find maybe a bit here or there.
All right, mate. Well, at least you got something to keep you occupied. How big of a learning curve has that been? How have you found it?
An incredible adjustment, because I had the Logitech G920 beforehand, and there's just little bits in the gear of that doesn't give you as much feel as obviously what the direct drive does, and it's been a fantastic switch over, so been enjoying it.
All right, very nicely done, mate. Thank you, appreciate that. Well done on perseverance tonight and getting to the end. There were a few that didn't, as we've already documented. Good luck with the rest of grand final week, and look forward to seeing you in the new term.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
There he is, Brendan Griffiths. Well done to all involved tonight. That was real good fun. And of course, there are the championship points on your screen there. The end of the road, and that's how it played out. And Damien Cairns getting the job done. 484 played Greg Favels, 407, 379 for Sean Hart, Stephen Varga, 370, Tim Nicol, 351, and Michael Hammond, 342. Alan Geel, Michael Fraser, Will Buchanan, and Nick Fodiatis made up the top 10. 230 points covered the top 10 in the end, and 77 the winning margin. First to second, 9 points just between Sean Hart and Stephen Varga. Geez, that was tight. And Tim Nicol rounded out the top 5. Aaron Bryan, the champion, by 60 points in the end over James Boardman, who had a good buffer back to Craig Spencer, 82 points. Spencer only just pipping Sam Stride in the end, can you believe that, by 2 points. Tristan Tosh rounded out the top 5. And then McNamara. Kyle Batch wasn't on the grid tonight. Latter in 8th. Jeffries and Davidson not on the grid tonight either. Wow. So leg 1 of 2 on grand final night number 1 is done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. We couldn't do it without the great support of people like Player One Sim Gear, and also our friends at Waste Options, and Flash Graphics, and Leipzig Racing, and M-Wave, and of course Creighton Cider as well. The platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club. Big week for us this week. This is just night 1 of grand final week, and we are with you all 4 nights. How good's this going to be? On overtime duty and then some tonight to take us into Easter. We will be bringing you the GT3 finale in just a few moments from Spa. We will then tomorrow night reconvene to bring you a 3-leg up-and-comers finale with thanks to Leipzig Racing. 3 different cars, 3 quality race servers. The GOAT track that is Winter Motor Raceway, the venue. Jeez, who thought of that? It'll be interesting to see how they handle that. The clothesline in Kelly Country, Benalla, North Eastern Victoria. And then, of course, we will go on Wednesday night to bring you the Toyota 86 finale, and then also the GT4 finale. Thursday night, Formula V from the island, if you don't mind. And then on to the Porsche Cup finale for Sprayton Cider Thursday night Motorsport. All that and more to look forward to this week. We'll take a break and come back on the other side with our full coverage of the grand finale of Waste Options GT3 Pro from the Spa-Francorchamps circuit in Belgium. Will we see rain? Only time will tell. Come back and join us an exciting Monday night, up and away, only half done on the platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club. And well done to Damien Cairns. Well done to Aaron Bryan, champions in Super 2 and 3 respectively. Matt Dench goes out in pursuit of title number 9 in GT3 Pro on the other side of this. It's Monday Night Motorsport on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club across Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube. It is grand final night number 1 of week 10 of term 1 of 2024. And we zoom in now, having left the gateway to hypothermia and the grand finale of the Play 1 Sim Gear Super 2 and Super 3 series. We zero in on the Spa-Francorchamps circuit in the Alps of Belgium. Have a look at this. There's good news coming to you in just a sec here, ladies and gentlemen, as we bring you into live pictures from the circuit. It's raining. It has been raining during qualifying. We've had a wet qualifying session, and we've got Richard Mitchum in a Porsche tonight. We've got Matty Dench in an Audi. Matty Dench in an Audi, not a BMW. Wow, interesting. Ferrari for David Baz, Dylan Shepard, Samuel Sproul, and John Merritt in a Ferrari as well. So a bit of a change there. Dench is only racing for half points, it would seem. There's the circuit and weather conditions and information for you. 9:30 in the morning, March 25, 2024. 18 degrees the ambient, the track temperature 16 with the water on at 83% humidity as well. The chance of rain was around about that 60% marker. We believe it's going to dry up between qualifying and the race, but who knows whether it'll return during the race or not. That remains to be seen. Adam Lavis will explain all of that and break it down for us in just a moment. Let's have a look at the championship standings as it stands coming into this grand finale. Dench is 73 points clear of John Merritt. He's got a drop round up his sleeve. Richard Mitchum is third, 61 points back on Merritt, so it might be a bridge too far. Jared Knight, 280 players. Ash Collins, 247. That makes up the top 5. Jonathan Hooper, just another 14 points back, and he's got an 11-point advantage over Chuk Fung Wong. Paul Wood, have a look at that. BMW's 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 at the moment. Paul Wood, 197 points, 10 points back to Thomas Martin, and then 6 back to David Baz on 181. Make up the top 10. And have a look at that for points discrepancy, if you don't mind. 266 points between Matty Dench and David Baz. That's the margin between first and 10th in this championship. Adam Lavis, good evening to you. Very exciting times here at the Spa circuit in Belgium. It's a 7-kilometre circuit. It's one we know and love, but we've never seen it on a virtual racing platform that, like iRacing, quite like this.
Yeah, and so I don't normally do this, but I'm going to show the iRacing HUD because this will give us the weather breakdown. So that's the forecast there on the left there. So currently, where it is now, it's flicked ahead. So we got 0% participation from 2 o'clock onwards, but the track is still wet. So we're going to have a drying track over the course of this race, but there is still rain around, as you can see by the radar. So even though it says 0%, there's still rain in the air. So as iRacing said when it first came out, it's not the forecast isn't a Bible, it's a guide, because it is only a forecast.
Indeed. Yeah, and how many times has the Bureau got it wrong in the past? So, I mean, we can't expect the Bureau in the real world to get it right. So, therefore, we definitely can't expect that the iRacing Bureau is going to be spot on either. A 90-minute race ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen. There's the grid for the grand finale. Richard Mitchum, Matthew Dent, Porsche v Audi on the front row. I'm not bloody sure what Denchi's doing in the Audi. There'll be method to madness there. David Baz, Dylan Shepard, second row. Ferrari v Porsche. Porsche v Ferrari, third row. Samuel Sproul, John Merritt. And then Porsche v Ferrari again. David Johnson, Fred Kahn on row 4. And the 2 BMWs, Hayden Ruthwaite, Thomas Foster from row 5. Michael Hammond in the server tonight at an Audi, row 6 alongside Greg Keeney, who's been very loyal, fiercely loyal to that Audi all season long. Ash Collins, Aaron Cooper, BMW, Porsche, 7th row, 8th row, all BMWs. Paul Wood, Chuk Fung Wong, 9th row. Porsche, Michael Edwards, and BMW, Dale Sharp. 10th row is where you'll find David Christensen in the Mercedes and Jonathan Hooper in the BMW. All Ferrari, 11th row, David L. John Jennings. Ferrari, Bevan Moyes, BMW, Dave Oliver, 12th row. Then Porsche, BMW, Stephen Gallacher, Sean Benici, 3rd row. Braden O'Loughlin, Zach Christie, the all Porsche, 14th row. Simon Nicholson in the Audi with his teammate Matty Dench, and Jake Jackson from row 15 in his Porsche. Whether those two start the race or not remains to be seen. They are not on the grid at this point. A drying track means that there could be an early stop before the fuel numbers have been achieved here with regards to switching over to dry tyres. But as you can see there, even though it says 0% chance of rain, it is still raining. So make of that what you will as we get ready to rock and roll. And you are going to see iRacing on the platforms of Gentlemen Sim Racing Club as you've never seen it before here, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready to rock and roll. Now, the start-finish line, actually, it's important to note, is actually around... now, that's interesting because we didn't do that last time round, did we? Racing underway, but I'm a bit perplexed by that, if I'm honest, Adam Lavis. Let's have a look at this on the run towards the first corner.
No, the first corner was as far as I know, it is GP circuit. I just pushed the wrong camera.
Okay, copy that. And there's the green flag now.
Oh, maybe maybe I have picked the wrong one. Maybe.
That is interesting. The start may have to be reviewed there. And I was a little bit perplexed by that as Paul Tuning chimes in on YouTube. States the obvious. Yes, it is a little bit wet, a little bit dead. Down the back straight for the first time we go. I've lost all rhythm here because I was a bit thrown by the fact that the field was gathering at the second to last corner. And that was a very short, I thought, warm-up lap, formation lap for the start. Normally it's a little bit further around. We've got a little bit more time to build it up and pump it up. And then all of a sudden we had the green lights come on as they've come out of the first corner and down past the endurance pit lane. We'll have to have a look at that. We'll see where everybody comes to complete their pit stops, whether it's the GP pit or the enduro pit. But our timing screen is going off the GP start straight, not the endurance one. So it's all a little bit muddled and cocked up at the moment. But anyway, Paul Wood down there on the inside. He's got David Christensen.
I've accidentally selected the endurance track by mistake. So it is the start line was there, but the finish line is still the finish line. But it means that when they do pit stops, they're going to have to do the entire double pit lane.
Righto. Okay, so another spanner in the works, if you like. Enduro pit lane. There is Thomas Foster. Exit driver's left. First one to be tripped up by the rain. Oh, trouble. More cars going round. My off-track alert's not lighting up yet either. John Jennings is off. Lachlan's off.
That's broken.
That car is not going anywhere but the back of the garage on the tow rope, I'm afraid, Braden. Back at the front, Richard Mitchum leads from Matt Dench. Dylan Shepherd is third and David Baz is fourth. John Merritt is fifth. Samuel Sproul is sixth. And as I said, you are witnessing images and pictures of which we've never been able to bring you before on the platforms of Gentlemen Sim Racing Club. Wet weather racing in Waste Options GT3 from the Spa circuit. Across the start-finish line, and the opening lap is in the books for Richard Mitchum, ahead of Matty Dench, Dylan Shepherd, David Baz, John Merritt, Samuel Sproul and David Johnson. So the enduro pits are being used, but we're using this start-finish line as the control marker. Go figure. It's an interesting setup tonight, in every sense of the word. But this, I never got to make this point properly, Adam Lavis, because the start did creep up on us there. Not only are we going into the unknown here, and our viewers at home get their first look at the Tempest weather system, this could really throw a spanner in the works with regards to strategy. If the forecast reads through and there is 0% chance of precipitation tonight, if this track dries out, but you're not at your critical fuel number, there's a gamble, there's a risk attached to that with regards to when you stop. Oh, have a look at this. Greg Heaney firing it down the inside. Can he find some clear real estate here? Down the inside, no. Very nicely done. In front of him at the moment is Aaron Cooper. Behind him is Ash Collins. They're making their way through the back section of the circuit for the second time. So there's two considerations here. One is, when do you take the gamble to change onto slicks if we reach that point where that is an option, if it dries up? And the second is obvious with the lap times being just a little bit slower than what they would normally be during a regular race here. There may be a couple less laps on the counter tonight as well. So many variables attached to the current conditions trackside.
Indeed, plenty of going on. And that little graphic I sort of showed you at the start there from iRacing, the drivers have a similar time breakdown. They can look up in their black box, but they can't see the radar in their black box. So while they're driving, they can't see a radar or any actual live data. They've only got that forecast to go off and what they can see with their own eyes on track.
Okay. That's an interesting point. Simon Cox has just raised the point that him and Matty Dent, Team PGZ, thought tonight was the start of a new season, new choice. It's a new season for iRacing, but not for us. We're not at the end of term one yet. Tonight's the end of term one. Oh dear. That's a little slip up, if ever there was one. Not quite. New season starts April 15 for those who are playing along at home. What time of day are we looking at here? That's the only other thing I didn't look at when we had a look at the grid there, Adam Layers. Are we midday, morning, afternoon? We're afternoon, past 2:45 local time on the circuit. We continue on at the end of 5.5 minutes. That's much better on the clock that time around, by the way. 2:41.568 for Richard Mitchum. So, Bevan Moyes has come unstuck. There's track cam, there's the rain still falling. And the mist is still spraying a fair bit. There's still, therefore, a little bit of rain falling, a little bit of moisture on the circuit. Okay, Simon's off to Hong Kong in the morning. That's why he's not lining up on the grid at least. I wondered why he was in the serve and then out again. Thank you, mate. Safe travels. David Johnson being displaced there by Aidan Luthwaite. Good charge so far from the BMW driver. We'll have a look at some onboard shots for you in a moment, Grant Gill, just to get an indication as to what the visibility is like for these guys. So they're contending with so many different aspects of racing they've never dealt with before the Tempest rain system finally joined us a couple of weeks ago. Mitchum leads from Dench from Shepherd. And it's tippy-toey stuff. The lap times first time around were interesting. They were it said 2:25, 2:26. I knew that we couldn't actually believe that. It was because it's close to the driver.
Dylan Shepherd on the outside.
One more believable. Dylan! What the hell? Shepherd wants to force the issue and fight with Dench. Porsche 1-2 at Spa. So Mitchum's controlling this is Mitchum's wheelhouse. He is in his element right now. Those Toms are used to racing in the life. The move up the outside of Matty Dent.
So that just shows.
Bold and brave.
That's showing what iRacing told you is when it's raining, the racing line's slippery. The outside line is the grippy line. So Shepherd just went, well, thank you. I'll take the grip line and get a position. Thank you very much.
Exactly. So he's taken. Remember Shane Van Gisbergen, Oran Park 2007? Remember how he carved everybody up there? Very similar approach. Watch Dylan Shepherd tonight. David Baz sitting fourth. The other concern from a racing standpoint, look how far this field is already spread out. We're only on lap 4. This field has spread out by a long distance. Jonathan Hooper. The source. Wide.
Oh, this is not going to be good.
No.
Oh!
Fred Khan up through. Rouge! God!
He kept it off the wall though. He got lucky.
Did. Good boy. Good boy. Wow. Keep your eyes peeled because if it does get a little bit too treacherous out there and there are too many incidents, race control might not hesitate to deploy the safety car here. So it's a special night for us. because we've been looking forward to whether
Oh, he got a puddle.
Braden O'Loughlin again. That was the lap 1 incident, wasn't it? That was
Yeah.
replay, yep. Got the puddle, and puddle equals passenger. Bad luck, Braden O'Loughlin. Just going back and having a look, actually. Oh, dear, Dave Riddell. Drifting doesn't look so slick and smooth in the rain. So Sean Benici started down in pit lane, 2 minutes 10 seconds.
Astro to
Was
F not
pit
place
time
to win
there.
there.
Oh, Sean Benici, yeah, that's why. So 2 laps, he's been already into pit lane twice, and remains a lap down.
Even club pros.
John Merritt, no. John Merritt tried him. And he couldn't afford that if he was going to stop or deny Matty Gench tonight, knowing that Gench is only racing for half tenths here. Have a look at Richard Nixon still holding on. We are live. 1:19 still on the clock. We're coming up to complete lap 4. 2 minutes 40.551 for Dylan Shepherd. Shepherd's taken the lead. So we're looking at Mitchell in second and Denchi in third. Shepherd has taken the lead. David Baz off.
He's gone wide though.
Oh, geez. Hold it. This is such an exciting night and such an intriguing night for so many reasons, because we're learning just like the drivers are learning. You can still see the rain falling. This is a huge test for all concerned, and yet 3 of the best are at the front. And Shepherd is in uncharted territory. He's got no one in front of him for a change.
That fastest lap was the previous lap. So the lap we just did, that was a bit slower. It was 2 seconds slower because of that mistake. But the lap before that, where he made the move, he was 2 seconds faster.
So David Baz to pit lane. Baz has come up unstuck. Devin Noyes has been on pit road. Sean Benici still out there. Braden O'Loughlin still out there. 28 starters, 28 still running, but 2 of them already a lap down. Shepherd now is the test pilot, essentially, because he'll be first on scene. Shepherd around the outside.
Yeah, same thing again.
Yeah. And then the inside.
Well, that was the problem, though. Went from full grip to no grip.
Had to get a little bit argy-bargy through there. Had to make a little bit of contact, but good racing awareness from Richard Mitchum to avoid things becoming terminal. Oh, David Baz in the wall and done. Flouts the left-hand side of the Ferrari. This is a test unlike any we've ever brought you before. Oh, John Merritt gone. Second time. Second off from Merritt. That one very, very costly. Paul Wood, how did you avoid that?
That was Hammond.
Hammond. Hammond running the same colours as Wood. Yeah, right, I watched this. First on scene. Little time to take evasive action, but did it masterfully. So Mikey in the Audi is running the same livery, the teal colour as Paul Wood.
Mikey likes the orange from original, but he also likes the teal, so he's mixing up.
And yet he's so synonymous with Wood.
Well, he's before Bailey Others, his main sponsor was Laser Plumbing, so he had the blue and the limey yellow was his original colours.
Yep, I remember that way back when. The early days, 2020. White lines are like oil in the rain. We know that. Grass is suicide. Oh dear.
So for these guys, with the rain, when the rain starts to ease, because they can see it on their windscreen, once it stops coming on their windscreen, they'll be looking at the spray in their mirrors from their own car, and also spray in front, and keeping an eye on puddles and stuff, and seeing where that starts to dry up.
Yeah. Have a look at the spray being picked up on the trackside cameras as well. Ash Collins to pit lane. We're on lap 6. 14 minutes gone. Doesn't matter what the lap counter is tonight. We're not going the usual length that we would if it was dry. And around here, and just so everybody knows, Dave Riddell synchronised pirouetting there, ladies and gentlemen. As we normally say, 3 by 2 minutes 20 is 7, and 7 by 12 is 84, and another 7 gets you to 91. So you would take probably a lap off the count. We'd be going potentially 39 laps. We're not going to get that far tonight. So just recapping the method of the madness there. 3 12s are 36. 7 12s are 84. We get 3 laps every 7 minutes in the dry. We're about 20 seconds a lap slower in the rain at the moment. So essentially every 7 laps we've lost a potential racing lap here. So if we're talking, is there a Discord for GSRC? Yes, there is. Someone will no doubt drop you the link if you're going to get involved.
Discord's only for the paid members, though.
That's right, paid members. So if you're a paid member, you're signed up for the club.
Facebook's available to everybody, though.
Open slapper. Yeah. GSRC broadcast page on Facebook if you want to get amongst the action, want to like that and join in. Twitch and YouTube as well. Oh, jeez. Greg Heaney sideways, standing on the gas. If I was to be a gambling man, that normal target of about 30... Oh, trouble in the grass. Chuk Fung Wong in the gravel, in the wall. The BMW's had a spin. 28 cars started, Tony. 28 started. I can tell you that we've still got 27. Braden O'Loughlin's parked up. He's had a gutful. Oh. It's all right if you're twitching like that in the dry, but once it snaps like that in the rain, good luck. We're passing it. Greg Heaney. This is also a replay. Wide, coming up towards the bus stop.
AstroTurf.
Oh.
The AstroTurf is suicide. Go stay off it.
Yeah, and look at the front end of John Merritt's car still. He has not pitted yet to collect the fast repair. And it is costing him. His pace is down to 2:46.1. Richard Mitchum! The one man you probably didn't expect to make a mistake in these conditions is in the wall. Mitchum in the wall, and will resume down in position number 6. Chuk Fung Wong to pit lane. Now, this is exactly what we're talking about. You've got to go through the Grand Prix pit lane and then into the Enduro pit lane to complete your pit stop. It's a long pit lane transit, so you take that into consideration as well with your usual lap counter. I mean, as I say, you'd normally be looking at around about that 38, 39 lap marker around here, probably 38 in these conditions. And given, 38 in dry conditions with that extra run through the lane, that's chewing seconds out of the clock. In these conditions, hard to say, but every 7 laps, you've lost a racing lap in terms of the time wet to dry comparison.
Looks like the conditions are much trickier in the GT3s. The only real wet race I've done so far was an 86, and it was one of those things. If you caught a puddle, you knew about it, but as long as you stayed off the puddles, it was actually fairly predictable. But sometimes they're a bit hard to see where those wet patches are when it's in that sort of in between where the track sort of got that sheen to it all over.
So just having a look here as well, I believe we've had a few more retirements. So John Jennings is out. Sean Bonici's out. Dave Riddell now out as well. So they're dropping thick and fast. Dropping like thieves and flies. 4 retirements already. There goes Paul Wood with a little bit of a skirmish.
No damage.
Tony Baker is predicting that about half the field will finish this race tonight, and that's a good prediction at the moment, considering we're 18 minutes in and we've already lost 4. Well, there's still 72 minutes to go.
The interesting thing is on the in the AM split, they've got similar conditions, but it looked like it was going to be the opposite, where it was drier at the start and more chance of raining during the race. So I wonder how they're going in their split.
I'm sure we'll find out.
No, Richard's got to get.
End. Oh. That's twice now for Richard. But as you said, if it can happen to John Merritt, it can happen to anybody.
I think the AstroTurf's going to catch someone again, is it?
Yep. You're seeing Waste Options GT3.
Oh, and Hammond in the background.
Gentleman Sim Racing Club, as you've never seen it before. Richard Mitchell to pit lane to complete his first. This is probably an unscheduled pit stop. It's very early in the piece. Now, the other thing as well, Adam Lavis, will you burn more or less fuel in these conditions because you're going slower? So theoretically, you would suggest you're burning less.
Yeah, it should be less fuel. So fuel shouldn't be too much of a problem. So there's only be 2 stops probably. Maybe
Good
stretch it to
save
1,
from
but
Mikey.
he's done a perfect pirouette there.
7:20 and go.
Practicing for his stunt commercials he does sometimes.
Yep. Oh, David Baz.
He just got beast from that curb. He just couldn't get off it.
Yep. Oh dear. So Dylan Shepherd leads this race. He leads it by 4 seconds. Don't worry about it being a 360. I'm pretty sure it was a 720. It's done twice. And got back going. Really impressive. Richard Mitchum back in pit lane at the end of lap 7. If we can, I'd like to see transit times, just how long it takes them to go through both. Because they've got to maintain pit lane speed from the start on pre-pit lane all the way through.
David Baz did a 21-second stop, 1 minute 30 transit. Richard Mitchum did a 14-second stop, 1 minute 22 transit.
Okay, so the transit time is inclusive.
Transit time is from pit entrance to pit exit.
Yeah, but it's inclusive of the stop.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're transiting for over.
Oh, Hammond's off.
That is Michael. Hammond. Yep, off on the water. Have a look at the battered and bruised race cars here. Dylan Shepherd surviving the battle. It's a real battle out there right now. 3 different manufacturers in the top 3. That's the other point I haven't got to yet. So we do have out there at the moment, we don't have any Lamborghinis. McLaren and Ford are exempt from these races at the moment until such time. Wow, that was a big crunch. Until such time as they get the rain server treatment. All other 5 manufacturers synonymous with this form of racing on these servers, being Porsche, Audi, BMW, Ferrari, and Mercedes, are in the server, or represented in some way, shape, or form. Thomas Foster parking up and out of business. Nick Photiadis joining us after a frantic run of the supercar, it's fair to say, mate. Good evening to you. What are you making of what you're seeing at the moment?
Oh, look, it looks like it's going to be much like the weather here in southeast Queensland.
Shocking.
It's a bit harder than what I think, but yeah, just slight drizzle and wet tyres it is.
It is. And this is the sort of racetrack as well where if the rain sticks around long enough and the temperature isn't all that hot and the sun's not poking through, it's going to take a while. If the rain does subside and disappear, it's going to take a while to get back to a dry racetrack anyway.
Yeah, that's it. And this place is very much got, a lot of topography, and it's going to pool water in certain places that you can see the gaps are already blown out.
Oh, it's incredible. 6 positions gained for Aidan Luthwaite. What about that from Michael Edwards up the outside to go to position number 7 on Aaron Cooper? He's up 10 spots already. 6 gained for Cooper and Wood. 8 for David Christensen. Your teammate's having a good run, but you got 4 teammates out there at the moment. Nick, you got Paul Wood, you got Nick, you've got Dale Sharp, you got Michael Hammond, and you got David Christensen. Michael was the one I missed. Anyway. So you got 4 of them out there, and all having different stories to tell at the moment.
Yeah, look, that's one of the reasons why I jumped out of that Discord, because it's very busy in there. The air traffic's very full on. Oh, wow.
Zach Christie unstuck and aren't able to pull it up. Geez, he was lucky not to collect someone on the way through there. He's now in pit lane as a result. And that's the other thing as well. So, I mean, we can go in with the game plan in these races, Nick, strategy and the like. Have a look at David Christensen, how close he came to getting caught up. Oh, geez. Zach Christie, had he gone left instead of right with that spin, he would have been collecting a teammate there. Stephen Gallacher in 15th at the moment. I'll be interested to see how many people survive the battle here. That is the the test of time with this rain. Servo, Stephen Gallagher just standing on the gas and sliding through Pudong. Thomas Foster and Michael Hammond have parked up. They're out of business. They're done. That's 6 retirements already. We're only on lap 9. Now 10 for Dylan Shepherd. Matty Dench going within 2.1 the margin. Aidan Luke Plate to start. Performer thus far up in third. Samuel Stroud, David Johnson. So there's so many variables here, Nick, and we're just saying this with Adam Lavis. Slower times means you're going to save a little bit of fuel. Slower times means less laps throughout the course of the night. As I said there earlier, every 7 laps we go, you lose one essentially based on the pace difference between dry and wet. So if you would go 38 laps in the dry, 39 even, we're now looking at 33, 34. And the second one is if you're saving a little bit of fuel, that's going to extend out the fuel windows, stops 1 and 2. And the third one is you may not be running to a normal strategy anyway for 2 reasons. One, unscheduled pit stops due to crashes and damage, and we've seen plenty of them already. Number 3, if this track dries up mid-stint, you're going to have to either stop and get the dry tyres and stay on song, stay on pace, or be left behind.
Well, some of the guys did the Sebring, and they were saying it took ages for the track to dry up. One of the other things too is you can see on the bit wider shots, there's a bit of a section of track which is generally the main racing line, and you'll see almost looks like cuts in the road which section off the main used bit and the bit that doesn't get used so much. So when it gets to this kind of level of water or greater, and you can see puddles are starting to appear on the curves as well, trying to keep out of those in like big long corners such as Malmedy and Puhorn and fast ones like Blanchimont. Like you can see another one.
Zach Christie again, he's second off. He's second big shunt. Same section of the circuit as the first.
Blanchimont.
Except opposite side of the road. And, oh, geez, that'll be him done, I'd say. Have a look at that thing.
Don't go onto the track, buddy.
Trying to just light it up, but he was stuck on the... I think he was stuck on the river strip there momentarily. Now he's back on the racetrack. But that one's coming straight back into pit lane, I would imagine. Have a look at it again. I noticed that you use the colloquial term they and not we when referring to Sebring. We know your disdain for that circuit. They couldn't rope you into coming along for the fun of the fair.
Mate, I'd rather poke my eyes out with hot needles and drive around there. You know that.
Good to see some views haven't changed.
I just don't get it. Like, why is it so mystical? Why is it so like? It's great for damper testing because the bloody thing's so bumpy, but that's what happens when you build on marshland. It's like building a mangrove mud over here. So I don't see a point. I honestly don't see a point.
No. This spices things up so intriguingly, doesn't
Look
it?
who's
for
coming.
Next season. Oh, look at this. Matty Dench on a charge all of a sudden. Matty Dench has found his rhythm. Matty Dench is going to the lead on the inside of Dylan Shepherd. We haven't had too many on-track positional fights so far tonight. Look at 2 of the best in the business going toe-to-toe and door-to-door. Dench eventually wins out. I think caution was the better part of the battle there on Shepherd's part. He decided to yield and opt out of it. He could have gone side by side through. He could have forced the issue. He opted not to. He'll follow Dench for a little while. The number 1 on a night where he could secure title number 9 finds his way back to the front, and it's been a while coming. Good elbow out racing and clean as well, Nick.
Yeah, look, it's probably the only battle that's really happening on the track as well. You can see here on the far right side of the track here, on our right, that's the racing line. If you go into just to the left of that, you can get actually a bit more grip because it won't have as much rubber build up as well.
This reinvents the wheel as far as our championships are concerned, doesn't it, boys? I mean, because weather's going to play a part next season. You don't know where, you don't know when, you don't know how much. But it reinvents the wheel, and it all of a sudden adds a new level of interest and intrigue in this caper. Hopefully that'll encourage a few more bums on seats and encourage those that aren't necessarily having a good run of it tonight, including on screen there, Exhibit A, Jonathan Hooper, and whoever will try to take evasive action around the outside. The rubbish, Dave Oliver, the rubbish always goes to the outside, Dave. Try and go to the inside side. But this all of a sudden encourages people to come along, persevere with this, and like the likes of Aiden Luthwaite. Aiden's no slouch, but this is the best run he's had in GT3 Pro. You reap the rewards, don't you? So what are you most looking forward to when we go to next season, Nick, knowing that we could turn up and have, half dry, half wet races? In terms of calendar rounds, so 5 wet, 5 dry. I'm not saying that that's exactly how it's going to break down, but there is so much intrigue already surrounding season 2 because of this new element that that's a novelty to us and that we're all starting to enjoy.
Well, that's it. It's a novelty. Oh, Denchi with a bit of a wobble.
That was a bit hairy.
That was.
Yeah, look, just the feedback from my team is, it's a novelty, but they're not enjoying it.
Not yet. Not yet.
I got 1 lap in before I got deliberately taken out, so hence why I'm here.
Gotcha.
Challenge for the lead.
Shepard on the outside
Get off the
again.
white line.
Dench holds on. This is awesome.
Puddles are getting deep too.
Let's see 2 of the best going at it and not relenting. What was your comment about puddles there just a moment ago, Nick?
Oh, they're just getting a little deeper now. There's a few places where they're starting to appear and a couple of curbs that are holding on to it. And then you'll get places like here where they have rivers going across the circuit. So,
Can we actually, and I know this is a long shot, but Adam, are we in a position to be able to get an aerial shot and just see how much rain is falling at the moment? Because there's a couple of camera angles that might suggest that it's got just that little bit heavier. And there's a little bit more that's falling. We're not seeing it from that
brave
angle.
chopper pilot.
Absolutely. So there you go.
It looks like the rain, I think, is very, very light, because you can just see it on some of the TV cameras are in, but I think you see a couple of spits there on the screen. But it's just that annoying rain where it's sort of just hanging around in the air.
Yeah.
So it's not quite stopped raining, but it's not really enough to it's enough to keep the track wet. And so it's just at the moment the conditions are going to be probably fairly static, I think, for these guys. If anything, it may get wetter. Depends on. That's the only thing that's a little bit of a downside so far. The tempest is the amount of actual rain you see falling is a little bit tricky to see what the state of the rain is. That's because like on your windscreen, it seems to be a pretty constant animation. But other than that, the rest of all the stuff is very good and from most reports realistic.
Yep, we're on lap 12, and we've got Matty Dench.
Denchi's wide.
Oh, Denchi's wide.
People getting lapped here.
Bus stop. Yep.
Oh,
and
touch.
That's the other thing.
I think someone just got helped around.
Brown goes Dench. Brown goes champion-elect. He's lucky John Merritt's having a shocker tonight. Brown goes Dench. Merritt's still persevering with an absolute bent and broken front end. And that's testament to him. Let's have a look at this again. Main straight. Yeah, he did get a little touch, I think. Just a smidge. And Shepard has now actually conceded. He's actually yielded and redressed that situation. So Dench will lead them back up the hill.
Oh, has a puddle on the inside curve there.
Yeah. And here's the moment. There's the touch, gone. So they have very nicely played fair there and redressed it. Merritt's on pit road. That's actually given Aiden Luthwaite a little bit of a leg up. That
and Samuel Sproul.
Luthwaite now, and Sproul. Luthwaite's now only 4.4 off these guys, and Sproul's only 1.3 off him. So all of a sudden, it's gone from a racing 2 to a racing 4, and.
I dare say these two will pull out a big lead again.
I dare say you're right.
Look pretty easy for the first couple laps.
John Merritt's now on pit road too, boys. There's no doubt about that. He is on pit road. We're on lap 13. We are, in uncharted territory. Great to have you along for the ride. Like we've never brought it to you before on the platforms of GSRC. David Johnson off the road. Uh-oh. And the rejoin's okay, only because there's no one in the vicinity.
Yeah, there's no one there.
At this point in time. Oh, dear. And this is the moment for him.
Exit curb, puddle.
No, just a bit too much gentle.
and running
Now you
fifth
got the
at
white
moment.
line, exit curb.
Doing a nice job running fifth, but those margins that Nick mentioned, they have ballooned out, and that's the other thing as well. You guys mentioned it, and lap traffic's caught a little bit of a reprieve here. Dylan Shepherd throwing everything at it, including the kitchen sink.
Dentchy was fleeing with danger there too. He was up on the AstroTurf on the exit of Stabilo.
I cannot wait to get their take on this tonight at the end of the broadcast. But the one thing I wanted to mention with you blokes is that and Nick nailed the point just this time last lap before this incident, of course, for these blokes. They're not gonna have the 0x tonight. I don't think anyone's gonna have the 0x, but lap traffic's gonna play a bit more of a role than it usually would in a 90-minute race around here.
Yeah, normally with our enduros, we normally have 17 and 20 instant points for the Pro NEMs. I gave them each 3 extras, so they're on 20 and 23.
23.
But there's still maybe some guys who find that not quite enough if they keep making little blues and finding the puddles. So as this race continues on, we may see a few guys doing a bit of a pit strategy. And unfortunately, because I've picked the endurance track by. It's not something I normally do. I'm assuming I must have had an oversight there. It's going to be a pretty long drive through, unfortunately.
Puddles are getting bigger. Oh, jeez. Yep. And the class, the cream of the crop's going to rise to the top of those puddles right here and now. And Dale Sharp.
You can see
the AstroTurf. Yeah.
You can already see there's right on the apex of Blanchimont, there's a big puddle there. And then obviously Dale was trying to avoid that, but then got on the curb.
This is extraordinary. So many people tripping up tonight, and you know it's a new challenge, a new test when Richard Mitchum's down in 13th, having had a couple of spins when John Merritt's been crunched up a couple of times. This is a training ground for some of these guys tonight. Zach Christie has continued on, but he's 4 laps down. We've still had only 6 retirements. Dale Sharp on pit road has been for 49 seconds. Oh, Matty Dance! Another slide! Zach Christie barely hung onto it to ease on by, and there goes Aidan Luthwaite down the inside! Luthwaite to second, Dents back to third. So, even though we suspected they would build that lead back up, Nick Podiatis, they didn't give themselves enough time to do that before Dent just tripped up again.
Oh, I mean, when you're pushing that hard and flirting with danger everywhere, there's another one off again. It's going to happen somewhere else, and unfortunately for Matthew, it happened through the fast corner there.
Oh dear. Look at it. Yep. Yes. Sean Benici pointing out the thought on everyone's mind at the moment that Denchi is, after all, human. Car off the ride. That's Bevan Moyes. Bevan Moyes parked up on the Exeter driver's left, approaching the bus stop, and he's now on the tow rope in pit lane as well. So Bevan Moyes may well just join the growing list of retirements here. Jonathan Hooper to pit lane. Matty Dench. That's the replay, and a very good save it was indeed. They're earning their keep tonight, these guys. Oh, how on earth did Dylan Shepherd get away with that? Not taking with him. I'm just surprised we haven't seen a big enough shunt to warrant a safety car yet.
Yeah, there you go. Matt got on the curb there.
Water curb, not a good combo.
But the fact that he's the only one that saved that so far in this race.
Exactly. That's the skill of the bloke. On show for all to see. Dylan Shepherd continues to lead this race. He's got 2.7 on Luthwaite, who is now under some serious pressure because Matty Dench is right there, wanting that position back. Bevan Moyes, bang.
Kimi Räikkönen impression.
Yep. Oh dear. Late at Spa is tough. Kurt just from the M split highlighting that they've got the same issue we've got here in Pro tonight. If only it was possible to be aboard 2 servers at the same time, Adam Lavis would be able to go onto the 7 mega wall and show you what's going on there. Cannot wait to pick it apart for it at the end of the night. and show you the results from there. We're on lap 15. We are 39 minutes into 90-minute race. And Matty Dench is third at the moment. We have managed, actually, that's the other interesting thing, isn't it? We have managed to get to the 40-minute mark without needing to come into pit lane at the front of the field. Aaron Cooper's now on pit road. This is Samuel Sproul. Uh-oh, he's wide, he's on the curb. Uh-oh, AstroTurf.
Oh, jeez.
That was never going to end well. Aaron
Got a
Cooper
foot
now on
shorter
pit
now.
road as well. Exactly. And here is Dan Shaw over the back of Luthwaite. 3 manufacturers in the top 3. Denchi the only Audi in the top 10. 5 manufacturers in the top 10. There were only 5 in the race. And the top 9 yet to stop. Khan, Christensen, Wood, Edwards, Johnson, Sproul, Dench, Luthwaite and Shepherd. Sproul, despite that moment, still has not stopped. I dare say we might see him in this time by. Dench is all over the back of Luthwaite. Does Dylan Shepherd to bring us to pit lane at the end of lap 15, or do we go on again? And if we go on again, we're getting perilously close to being in one-stop territory for this one. And Shepherd goes on again.
I wouldn't be surprised if it is one stop.
Oh no, Shepherd's in! Shepherd's in! And so too is Luthwaite. Shepherd and Luthwaite are on the road. They're on pit lane at the end of 40 minutes and 26 seconds. So it is going to be a two-stopper.
Back in a bit.
Skin of your teeth, unless you're Matty Dench. Thanks, Nick. We'll catch up with you soon, mate. Appreciate that. Great to have the insights of one of the OGs of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club right here as we continue on. Lap 16, 49 minutes to go. Matty Dench on the cusp of title number 9.
How's the river?
Yep. Oh, hold on to it, son. Through Eau Rouge. It is awesome to just be here and witness this. Some of the best included. Tested like they've never been done so before. And it's the first broadcast race on the platforms of the GSRC to feature the Tempest weather system. It's an historic night. One we're not going to forget.
Well,
And it's a grand final night. That makes it all so much better. 2nd through 7th on pit road. Paul Wood continuing on.
and I believe there's a chance one of the up-and-comers races might have it as well.
Oh, good.
Actually, well, potentially...
Being Winton, that sounds about right.
Potentially two, because I think the F4 and the 86s have it available, but I'm not sure how much Benny Woods is going to punish the boys. Or challenge them, I should say.
Only time will tell. We'll be back here tomorrow night to bring you the Logie Racing Up-and-Comers Grand Finale. And Supercars, Toyota 86s, and what's the other car?
2014 Supercars, 86s, and FIA F4s.
Formula 4. Yep. So Formula 4 from Winton tomorrow. Yeah.
So
Formula 4 at Winton wasn't good in the real world.
So this is the one sort of so far I would say let down on the Tempest thing is the animation of water drops on the windscreen. That's pretty much, it stays that same sort of consistency all the time. However, it's the noise. The noise of the rain changes to give you the indication of how heavy it really is. So that's what you're looking for. You're looking for once that water starts spraying, you know it's raining, and then how noisy that rain is in the car is how heavy it's getting for you. So they're sort of your key points to go off as you're driving to try and work out whether it's getting wetter or whether it's getting drier or whether it's staying the same. Oh, well, can't park there.
Whoa!
Well,
Whoa!
I was going to say, if Denchi...
2 moments for Dench.
If Denchi touched the throttle there, he would have been joining, I think that was Chuck in the fence then, yeah. In the lane, here he comes.
And here comes Dench into the lane at the end of lap 16. 43 minutes gone, and Denchi's on pit road. What a hairy opening stint that was. This is extraordinary. This is quite simply well worth the price of admission tonight.
Oh, he didn't even get to his corner, Zach. He's on earlier.
Oh, look at the air he got as well. That's his third one through there. He didn't even get to the corner, as you say. And now Zach Christie has decided to concede defeat and park up for the night. Stephen Gallacher is gone as well. Dale Sharp's out of business. So what's that one? So, actually, no, sorry, my apologies. I stand corrected. Christie has got back out there, but not before another...
Don't touch the throttle, Baz. Oh, Baz.
Oh, David Baz. Gone. See you later. Ferrari, wall. Not a good look. retirements. There were 2 on lap 5, there were 2 on lap 6, 2 on lap 7, and 1 on lap 11, or 12, I should say, for GSRC. And this was Chuk Fung Wong's moment. So David Baz, Chuk Fung Wong on pit road, have been there for about 2.5 minutes apiece.
That one had a bit of whiplash to it.
Oh, yeah. I dare say we're going to have a bit more attrition just yet. Matty Dench has been gone, come and went from pit road.
He's still in the lane.
Dylan Shepherd's going to lead this thing because Dench is on his way only now. Shepherd will potentially lead this thing. Oh, it's going to be side by side out of Eau Rouge. But Denchi's got to go the long way around because of the pit exit rules here. Shepherd might just lead this thing. Shepherd will lead this thing, but it's only by 3 or 4 car lengths. Look at this. We've really got a race on our hands tonight. Denchi was stationary for 25.5 and Shepherd for 26.13. The start of lap 17, the pit stop for Matthew Dench.
So the plus side is I've loaded the GP camera pack, so we've got our proper cameras and replays to try and get a bit more consistent camera angles. But the only downside is it means I haven't got that secondary pit part loaded up in this file. So
correct.
Right, that was a little bit tricky to get the endings of the pits there, but good work, good outlap, undercut there by Shepherd. So now he's the man to chase again. Yep, and at this point the field is cleansed first time round. Interestingly, how long that stop was, that could put Denchi close to a one-stop potential, depending how much overtime we have. And at this point, even the Zaculator would fry up and explode, trying to work out whether we're going to have overtime or not. Yeah, no, I've got no damn idea at the moment, to be honest with you, Adam Lavis. I'd love to have an idea. I'd love to know where we're going, but I don't. David Christensen, Fred Kahn back out there onto the racetrack now. Lap times have been consistent around that 2 minute 40 marker. Of course, you're losing an extra minute or so on that for pit stops. So, yeah, who knows? Shepherd, Dench, Luthwaite, Sproul, Collins, Johnson, Merritt, Edwards, Wood, and Cooper, the top 10. Some of the big winners and losers tonight are just those that have kept it clean. We haven't got a single battle to talk about except for Fred Kahn and Dave Oliver. That's the sort of night we're having here, folks. Richard Mitchum is the last car on the lead lap, but barely. And actually, hang on, what's happened to Richard, actually? Can we have a look at Richard Mitchum? Because he's not actually showing his movement at the moment. Off track goes John Merritt. And Richard, he might have disconnected. He might have disconnected, he might have parked up. Richard Mitchum's night is done. There's your next retirement. Dylan Shepherd's off the road. Dylan Shepherd's off the road. What's happened to Dylan? He's lost the lead. He's lost second. He's going to trip up. It's Bonchimon again. The same way as everybody else. The AstroTurf has claimed another victim. This time it's the race leader and he's in pit lane again. The plus side is he can get home from here if he's smart. Smart about it, yeah. Yeah, so absolutely. Yep. Well, 47.24 gone. Look. If it continues at this pace, it's going to be 33 or 34. You won't get any change from that. That's John Merritt, third time's the charm. Well, he's done a nice Mikey Hammond save though. Oh, there's still a little bit of contact with the wall. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely off the chart. Samuel Sproul, another one bites the dust. Bang. Soft impact. Yeah, I'm actually going to do an onboard there because I want to, like, the amount of guys that have done it there. Surely they'd be off the throttle by now. So I'm wondering if even off throttle, it's still aquaplaning the car. I'm very glad that I'm in the commentary box with you tonight and not out on the racetrack. My goodness, could you imagine? Puddles on the inside, puddles on the outside. Nah, he was still on the right foot. Was indeed. Learning as we go. Everybody's attacking this differently. But if you can find a happy medium between pace and staying out of trouble, you'll reap the reward. Michael Edwards up 11 spots. Ash Collins up 10 spots tonight. 10 also for Dave Oliver and Stephen Gallacher. But the losses, geez, the losses outweigh the gains here. Another retirement looming. Oh, Dave's done well. He hasn't got he just a little scrape there. no damage.
Play on. Now Richard Mitchum's got back out there. So whatever the problem was for Richard Mitchum, he's got back out there. But he is now up down. Dylan Shepherd's got back out there, but he's now in 13th. Stephen Gallacher is 14th. Jonathan Hooper 15th. Samuel Sproul 16th. David Baz 17th. Richard Mitchum back out there in 18th place, and Devon Moyes 19th. Chuk Fung Wong's out there in 20th. Christie's back on pit road, has been for a while. Dave Oliver.
Yeah, this one doesn't look as good as the last one.
No,
that needs a wheel alignment.
That's going nowhere except the tow rope. That is coming out. That's an incredible smash coming up through Eau Rouge and Radion. Have a look at this.
He just got
Dave Oliver's on the tow rope and on his way back home. Drift work, and sends him left. Actually, side on impact does the damage.
It actually wasn't that hard of a hit. It's just torn the side of the car off.
It's the angle of the impact. Yep. So Zach Christie's been on pit road for 4.5 minutes now. I don't think he's getting back out there. So we've lost a third of the field already. Dave Oliver's back in the lane as well. This young man is a star performer in the rise here on the platforms of Gentlemen Sim Racing Club. We did our race. Josh Juno, very George Russell, except no calls for a red flag. Too soon? No.
Well, he also didn't have someone in front giving the little sneaky brake check.
I had that at Phillip Island.
To be honest, it's the last lap. Of course you're going to get it.
Well, yeah, it's the longest. It's a double DRS coming up. Of course, Alonso's going to try something to try and give himself a chance. But just unfortunately, it's caught Russ off and big consequences.
Big consequences for both. And it's funny because, well, it's not funny, but it is funny because only yesterday afternoon, the Australian Grand Prix Corporation, their Facebook page was putting up a post saying, you can't invade the circuit today, etc. and so forth. You're not allowed on the track after the race, all that hoo-ha. And I put up a post saying, look, the only exception to the rule is if they red flag the thing on lap 57 and insist on doing the parade lap like they did last year to finish the race. If that looks like happening, invade the track. Had Russell's entry happened one lap earlier, I'm telling you, it would have got stopped on lap 57. Because it was lap 58, they said no, play on under a virtual safety car. Just flutter along to the checkered flag in a show and shine sort of manner. 3 cents is a lot of accommodation. That's 3 cents is a lot of exactly. Greg Heaney running 9th at the moment. Nick Fodiatis, an update from you. How is the stable faring, please?
It's dwindling. In both the AM server is a lot wetter than this.
Oh, okay. Yep.
And there is a lot of DNFs. Unfortunately, I was the first one. It's this looks like a lot more fun because it's a lot less puddles.
That's interesting.
But I mean, it's Spa.
And that's interesting too because the AM split had a slightly lower chance of rain for the race.
Yeah.
And yet you looked at the server as we got going here, and the probability of rain or precipitation, according to iRacing, was 0, and yet still it just goes to show that iRacing gets it wrong occasionally.
It said 0 on my one as well, but you got to remember we're in the Ardennes forest. It's just going to rain whenever it feels like. So sorry, just to quickly backtrack just a little bit. Did Greg Favell not capture the V8s?
No, he didn't. No, he got caught up in a moment where Tony Baker was sideways, and that left him with nowhere to go. And then he blew his engine, so it was a double blow. Off track goes David Johnson. David Johnson's off the road at the end of the lap, so that's another one biting the dust on the Astro turf, I would say. Greg Heaney here, all over the back of Aaron Cooper. On the run down to turn 1. So finally we've got a positional battle here. Well, he saved it. John didn't. Tim Harris, let's go wet lap. Yes. Hot lap merit. Wow. Have a look at this.
Oh.
Bang.
The wiggle John got.
Yeah.
You'd need to change a DAX after that, and then...
And yet he's still running, and he's third. Like, fair dinkum. He's had more hits than Elvis tonight, John Merritt, and he's third.
They have some robust spotlights at the front of that thing.
This is insane. What
So
about
where have they
this
lapped
record?
up to now? So
We're on
the
lap
top-
20 after 55 minutes.
the top 20 cars are still in the lead lap. Is that correct?
No, definitely not. We are down top 12 is still on the
12.
lead lap. Top 12 on the lead lap. David Baz and everyone else below that just about forget about it at this point. David Johnson on pit lane.
Look at my teammate.
Fred Kahn on pit lane as well. So too Zach Christie. But Christie's running into that dangerous territory where if he doesn't get back out there in the next lap or so, he's not going to make 75% race distance anyway. So it's not going to matter. But now, oh no! Now, whilst we've been watching all of this, we've missed something. We've missed something. Well, firstly, we've reached another 100 comments again, so we've ticked that box off again very nicely on a Monday night. Thank you very much, Lee, to everybody tuning in at home across Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube. Secondly, have a look at Paul Wood. Nick's right. Paul Wood up 10 spots in fifth place, going along nicely. But Dylan Shepherd has retired. Dylan Shepherd has retired from the race. He's done. Samuel Sproul is done as well. Dave Oliver is done. So the three of them have all retired, 18, 19, and 20. David Baz now on the tie rope and on pit lane after this incident.
Sounds like a lot more frustration than anything at the moment for the
Yep.
participants. Great for the guys, for people watching it, but
Absolutely, great for
things
us.
like this
Yeah,
just gets a little frustrating for some people.
yeah. Actually, Dave Oliver, I've just missed this. I don't know how long he's been sitting there, but Dave's sitting in our green room at the moment, so let's drag him in for chat. Dave Oliver, good evening to you. Nice to have you on board far earlier than you would have liked, but that looked hairy.
Yeah, just trying to dry off. That was a big crash there, and I think I got about 10 years worth of muddy water all sprayed in the car when I hit that fence there.
And to be fair, mate, as Adam Laver said, it didn't look like that bad an impact, but it was the wear of the impact, where you hit, where you made contact with the wall that did the most damage. That was what ruled you out and got you on the tow rope.
Yeah, it gave some. The hit gave some crazy rear toe options, so more than the GT3s allowed. So unfortunately, they were out about 50 degrees. So unfortunately, no go for me. So other than that, it was pretty interesting.
You know what I'd really like? Look, not that I'm the one that's going to throw up all the ideas that the club should implement for next season, but you know what I'd really like to see? And whether we broadcast it or not, I don't really care. What I'd really like to see, though, is a wet weather championship. So, I mean, just 10 weeks, 10 races, with cars that are eligible. Doesn't have to be the same car each week, but a wet weather championship, just to see who comes along to take up the challenge, to improve their skill set, their racecraft in the rain. I reckon that'd be really good. Here's Denchi. And even Denchi's human on a night like this.
He's flirting with danger at Stable 02 there with the amount of exit curb he's using.
There he is. So Dave, Stephen Gallagher.
World's longest slide.
Oh,
And the snapback.
and unfortunately, the snapback just killed it, didn't it? Yeah. Dave, back to you. What were your initial thoughts on how big a challenge that was? Because it's not absolutely tipping down, but as Nick said there a few moments ago, this is Spa and its location. As soon as it just rains whenever it feels like it, you could just forget about a dry line for the rest of the night, I reckon.
Yeah, it was a little interesting just to kind of pick where the line is, because it's that continual rain. There's only probably about 3-4 corners that are kind of showing less wet line. I wouldn't even call it a dry line, but it was just that line that's continually used, and there's probably only a handful of corners that are doing it. And then the rest, it's kind of like you're still trying to, just kind of pick the lines and stuff. And even that, it's pretty difficult, especially with this, overcast, obviously rainy conditions. So.
Indeed. 31 minutes and 15 seconds to go here. David Christensen sitting there in 8th place and doing a very nice job of it as well. So this is one of Nick's teammates. He's got 2 in the top 10 at the moment. They're running along rather nicely. Unfortunately, Mikey Hammond's parked up. Unfortunately, of course, the other entry of Dale Sharp parked up as well. That's what happened to Dave. Right on impact and then just veered him across into the other wall. That finished him off. And I appreciated your attempt at getting the thing going and then even trying to park it behind the wall so as not to trigger a safety car. That was very nicely done from you. And then, of course, on the tow rope and conceding defeat. So, I mean, everybody around the world was raving about this thing. I think there'll be a few people that aren't so happy to see it in the server at long last, given how the night's played out. But what are your...
Whoa.
Oh, no!
Trouble
for Michael Edwards! Michael Edwards is pulling up! Michael Edwards is in all
He's going again.
What's going on here? Has there been an incident in which he's redressed, or is this a problem for the Porsche driver who is up 12 spots tonight?
I reckon he may have had a slowdown. Maybe he was trying to clear a slowdown because the slowdowns are very, very harsh at Erosion Pluton now.
So I guess Dave, it's been online for a couple of weeks now. How much time before tonight have you spent learning it, working with it, and working through the motions of just, you know, the reinvention of the wheel that this is in iRacing circles, mate?
I've kind of had a bit of a play around with the majority of the wet weather. Oh, that's a big... Oh, no. Yeah, sorry.
Wrong way. There you go.
Yeah, I've kind of had a bit of a play around with most of the cars and just more of it, just a muck around kind of sense, and play around with the different kind of options with weather and all that kind of stuff. So I did actually play around with the GT3 cars here, but it was more of a case of having it dry, then going to wet, and then coming back to dry. So I was kind of hoping that it would stop raining. And
I reckon he said maybe if he uses VR, maybe the VR's blocked out on him or something. That's sound good.
Yeah, that or like a window pop up.
Copy. Oh dear. So Michael Edwards back in 5th place now, chasing Paul Wood for 4th. But he's 8 seconds down the road. Lap traffic now playing a role in this race as well. Stephen Gallagher about to go a lap down, and that'll leave us with 11 cars in the lead lap. Dench's lead is 7 seconds to Aidan Luthwaite. And then those two have got a minute on John Merritt. I'm not kidding you. They've got a minute on John Merritt. That's how this race is playing out tonight. That is insanity.
Also, Zach, it's
8. Go for it, Nick.
It's also the extra long pit lane, the endurance pit lane. So you enter here at the bus stop and you don't get out till the top of Radion at the top of the hill.
Right.
So
that's right.
Quite a lengthy pit lane. Plus include that time of going through it and filling up. A minute may not be long enough. No, you're right. And at 2 minutes 40 a lap, that's 5:28 minutes. So again, every 7 laps you're losing a minute, a racing lap. So if we're looking at the fact that we've only got 27 minutes to go, next time by the line for Denchi, it's essentially going to be with one pit stop included. It's going to be no more than, I think only 10 laps to go next time by the line, guys. So I was saying 33, 34 all along. I'm now firming on 33. Denchi's coming onto the main straight, crossing the line. There are 26 minutes and 54 seconds left on the clock. Now, it's 26:50. Okay. Follow the method to the madness here, right? So, 3 laps every 8 minutes, with it being 2 minute 40 lap times. 2 minutes 40 plus 2 minutes 40 is 5:20, and 2:40 on that is 8. So there are 4 of them in 32, but 3 of them in 24. So that's 9 laps, and then 1 gets us to 26:40. We had 10 seconds of buffer, remembering that we've still got a round of pit stops we anticipate to come. So, but that being said, Denchi stopped on lap 17. So that's the other spanner in the works for people like Aidan Luthwaite, etc.
Denchi might be able to one-stop this because it's only going to 33 unless Denchi comes back to the line without going via the lane. Denchi comes back to the line with 10 seconds to go and drags the field to 34. So it hinges on Denchi. It's all on Denchi's bloody pedal and steering wheel and strategy. If he brings it back to the line with 10 seconds on the clock, we'd go to 34. But if he goes into pit lane between now and the clock expiring, it'll be 33. And that's as close as I can get to giving you an accurate calculator tonight.
Just quickly, has he wrapped up the pro split?
Well, the jury's still out on that one because he didn't have the 105 point buffer that he did in the Porsches. He's already got the Porsches wrapped up. He did that Thursday night. Job done there. But he's got enough of a buffer on John Merritt, Adam Lavis, doesn't he? Even though he's only going to score half points tonight because he's not running the bin where he's running the Audi.
So with the Porsches,
right?
with the Porsches is 120 plus because it's a 60 30-60 because of the
right.
but
Yep.
but I think he's got drop rounds up his sleeve there too, so I think he's covered in the Porsches. But yeah, tonight's the 90-point race. But yeah, I think also with these drop rounds and stuff, he should be pretty good. I'll double check it whilst we're looking, but I think he's mathematically clear unless something really bad happens.
And who took out the V8s?
Cairns.
Danny Cairns.
Okay, right.
Yep. And
So teammate, because Greg had super duper extraordinary speed on everyone. Sorry to hear that he didn't take it out because he very much had that one in terms of speed.
Trouble behind your car
It was
in
not
the
a 3-point turn.
And just quickly, Aaron Bryan winning Super 3 as well. So congratulations, to him. This was Jonathan Hooper.
AstroTurf, wall.
And no wings on that Red Bull on this occasion.
And a shorter car.
Yes. Plenty of shorter cars tonight. No doubt about that. Chook Fung Wong still persevering with it. So too Bevan Moyes. They are 1 and 2 laps down respectively. Fred Kahn's joined the long list of retirements now. Just quickly as well. So Fred, have a look at this for a growing list. Someone earlier said 15 cars. We'll be lucky to have 15 at the finish line. Fred Kahn, that's him going off the road. He has
good control. No, bad control.
Somewhat persevered with it. He's continued on. We've got 16 cars out there at the moment. And Zach Christie makes 17, right? Down in 21st position. Have a look at this for a list of retirements. Sean Benici, Braden O'Loughlin, John Jennings, Dave Riddell, Mikey Hammond, Thomas Foster, Dale Sharp, Dave Oliver, Samuel Sproul, Dylan Shepherd, David Baz. Holy smoke. That's 11 retirements already. We know that Zach Christie's going to struggle. He's off the road again. Zach Christie is going to struggle to get 75% classification. He's just not going to do it. He's 9 laps down.
Yeah, Zach Christie's struggling because he's still behind some of the cars that have retired.
Exactly. That implies it, doesn't it? John Merritt to the line at the end of lap 24. I just want to double check here. We still have Dave Oliver with us. After Easter, mate, is this something you'd like to see more or less of when you turn up on a Monday night this weather?
It'd be a good to see, like a bit of a mixed bag of dry and wet conditions. I haven't really been able to do a lot of the GT3 races this season, unfortunately. But if there's if I'm available and they're going to be a mixed bag with the new system, it would be pretty cool to see.
Oh no! Oh, he's got some grip.
Oh dear. And that just really sums up Zach tonight, unfortunately. John Merritt sitting down in 6th place now that he's in pit lane. And have a look at who it is. Matty Dent, 7.5 seconds up the road from Hayden Luke. Now, they've got another minute and a half on Paul Wood, Michael Edwards, Aaron Cooper, Ash Collins, and David Christensen. And John Merritt's back out on the black stuff now, having just completed his second and probably final pit stop. David Johnson is there in 9th place. And Dent's just put a lap on Greg Heaney. So there are only 9 cars on the lead lap. So we are heading for potentially the smallest number of cars in a field this size ever to finish on the lead lap in the GT3 race on a Monday night on the platforms of the GSRC across Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube. I said you were witnessing history tonight, folks. Meant it. Wow. I was going to say, Dave, there's so much to be excited about for next season as well. A couple of new circuits, including Portimao. How much have you had a look at? And as far as manufacturer choice is concerned as well, mate, where do we go next season? Do you stay with the BMW or do you go shopping? Do you look around?
I think, I don't know, after many seasons with the Old Faithful, it might be time to, have a crack at something different. So I say that now, but then I'll probably still end up with Old Faithful. But yeah, I might go jump in something new next season. See what there is, especially with some of the, potentially some of the GT3s coming later in the year, hopefully, cross fingers.
And yeah, exactly. And apologies from Nick Photiadis. He's had to depart, so he's seen himself out, but he wishes as well for the rest of the call. And we say thanks to him for giving us some of his time tonight. It's greatly appreciated. Where are we? We are 2 minutes past 10 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. We are 20 minutes away from the checkered flag. So we're running a little bit behind time here because there's so much overtime on the qualifying session at this circuit. So we didn't get going until about 22 minutes past. Oh, sorry, not 22 minutes past, but 8 minutes to 9 Eastern Daylight Time. I hope you're enjoying the ride as much as we're enjoying bringing it to you. Aidan Luthwaite has really been the standout performer of the night, hasn't he? I mean, he's been a star performer all season long for Whiskey Business Racing. He's the only one within the fight here now that Greg Heaney's gone a lap down. Zach Christie, less said about his night, the better. But this is a magnificent performance from him. He's really shone on this stage in these conditions. There were always that. I mean, I'll get both your thoughts on this, boys, as we get ready for some more pit stops potentially here on the way to the checkered flag. But there were always going to be one or two names creep up that leaderboard or accelerate up that leaderboard one way or another. There were always going to be people that shone on this stage in these conditions, and they are going to be the kind of guys that we need to keep an eye on every time it rains, and they're going to be the kind of guys that are going to be licking their lips every time they turn up to a wet server from this point forward, and Aidan Luthwaite's at the top of that list. Oh, Chuk Fung Wong, off the road, on the grass, in trouble. That car is now crabbing. I don't know if he's going to get that BMW back around. This is a big hit coming up here for Chuk Fung Wong. Oh, no. What's happened? Oh, strange sort of incident for Chuk. He's off the road and parked up. I don't think he's moving.
I think he's trying to go to the inside. He's got the puddles here.
Yeah, he has. Oh, he's caught the ripple strip. That ripple strip's just sent him hard right. And then the puddle. Oh, that's bizarre. He's got back out there. Stephen Gallagher's now in pit lane as well. He's got back going. He's still 3 laps down. He could still finish this race and be classified, but that was not ideal for him. Sorry. So just going back to what I was saying, boys, your thoughts on the standout performers tonight. I mean, Aidan Luthwaite, Paul Wood, Michael Edwards, just a few that have really shone on this stage.
There's a few guys just keeping them to themselves, just trying to punch those numbers out, keep it clean, and getting their rewards. Aidan's done fantastic, only 6 seconds away from Denchi. That's a great effort.
Incredible.
And Woodsy's just doing his usual thing of punching above his weight and just trying to keep it clean and just work his way the field. Michael Edwards, other than that little glitch, whatever happened on the Camel Straight there, whether it was a technical error or something going on the rear wheel, made him pull over for a split second to lose the spot to Woodsy. He's also having a great night. And yeah, and even Christensen's having a good night. A whole bunch of them having a good night. It's just it's very tricky. It's going to be very as you see with a lot of real world drivers. Like after wet races, they're physically they're fine, but mentally it's just a mentally stressful, fatiguing, taxing time trying to concentrate that hard for an entire race with the amount of precision you've got to keep and the accuracy during a wet weather race.
Yeah, I found that, Christensen, he's done really well. Like, I was battling him earlier in the race. Well, obviously, with the list of retirements and stuff, like, we were further down. But, he's doing a great job now to be running in 7th there. And same with Aiden, like, for a fairly young kid and stuff, he's doing really well. So, yeah, great to see him, so far up the top and kind of giving it to Denchi, which is great to see.
I think Chuck's just trying to get his damaged car back to lane. He could hopefully, if he's got maybe some repairs left or not.
Yeah, you could only hope so. He's 8 minutes and 27 seconds down on Denchi. It's a little over 3 laps now, and Denchi's just started lap 28. We're in the closing stages of Monday Night Motorsport on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, and you know how I made the comment earlier that this would run to 34 laps if Denchi brought us back to the line, running on 2 minutes 40 a lap. I don't think that's going to be an issue anymore. I think it's only going to be 33 one way or the other here because the way it's going at the moment, Denchi's only lapping around 241.7. So he's losing a second and a half to that threshold each and every lap. So I think, therefore, there's a story that I want to talk about in just a moment. I think, therefore, Denchi will take us to 33 and 33 only, whether he stops or not. It'll just be a case of how much overtime we conduct. And that will be at Denchi's.
Look at the amount of water here.
Look at exactly. The water is piling up around the circuit. It's only got wetter as we've gone on here. And yet it was supposed to dry off and POQ. Anyway, it's been a real treat to witness this and watch some wet weather simulator racing, some virtual racing, as we've never brought it to you before. Richard Mitchum. What a story, this guy. I mean, he's had a mongrel of a night. There's no doubt about that. But still runs 12th. Yes, he's a lap down, but he runs 12th. I want that highlighted. But even though he took a couple of shunts early, he's managed to get back out there and get on with it. And he's only stopped twice, the last one being lap 16. He'll be one that hopes that we can only go to 33 laps as well, because it might just improve his chances of getting home on the lead lap. No, not on the lead lap, but without stopping again.
Is the consensus
hello, Hayden,
that
nice to have you on
Denchi...
board.
Sorry, so contention. Sorry, is Denchi looking at only doing a one-stopper? Because I did notice he was kind of in the pits at that 45-minute mark.
Yeah, it's very lineable. Like he chances are he will, because you realise how close he was. He'll probably just fuel save the second stint. But so most likely he will stretch it out. But it depends if he was stretching that on the first stint. I don't think he would only be just doing some what would be classified as regular Denchi saving on the first stint, and then when he's seen how close he was, he probably just turn that saving wick up a little bit for the second stint just to make sure he makes it.
Yeah, regular Denchi, fuel saving is just fast wet weather driving.
Exactly. So let's calculate some numbers here, gents. 2 minutes 40. And 2 minutes 40 is 5:20, and 2 minutes 40 is 8. 2 minutes 40 is 10:40 and 13:20. What did he have on the line as he crossed? What did he have on the clock? 13 minutes and 20 seconds. So bang on the numbers that we're crunching here in the commentary box at the moment. There are 5 laps to go, one way or another. Whether he stops or not, there are 5 laps to go. Chuk Pung Wong, that's it's not how you want to exit the pit lane, and as a result of it, he's not even going to bother anymore. I think he's parked up and done for the night. Chuk's night is done.
I think he might be just letting someone go. Yeah, he was just making sure he didn't get across, come on the track.
Copy. All right, so he's back out there. Oh, jeez. It's been a night to remember, but it's been a night to forget for so many as well. Whoever said 15 finishes is pretty much bang on the money at the moment. Chook's the last one Fred Kahn's the last one circulating with 16th position. So, and Zach Christie somehow gets back out there, but he's not going to get classified. So there's only going to be 16 classified finishes at the end here and 17 cars running when the checkered flag flies.
Yeah, Zach just overtook me.
Yeah.
Just 5 minutes ago.
So Zach Christie up in the 17th now, up 11 spots. But there's the point as well. I mean, Sean Benici down 2, Braden O'Loughlin didn't gain or lose the spot. John Jennings down 4, Dave Riddell down 4, Michael Hammond and Thomas Foster down 13, Dale Sharp down 4, Samuel Sproul and Dylan Shepherd and David Baz all down 15, Fred Kahn down 8. Dave Oliver, actually, you gained 3 somehow. in all of that. So even though it's retirement, you gain 3 spots. Well done. Survival of the fittest, as we say. As far as the games are concerned, 9 for Bevan Moyes, 7 for Jonathan Hooper, 13 for Stephen Garcher, the best of the bunch at the moment. Michael Edwards on 13, 12 each for David Christensen and Paul Wood, the teammates, 7 for Aidan Luthwaite, 1 for Matty Dench. And Dench with a 6.2 second advantage at the moment as this young man continues to put himself on the map.
Well, the other thing that would be leaning towards possibly Denchi saving a bit is that Luthwaite is catching him 4 out of the last 5 laps. And then Luthwaite's
but that's why. Luthwaite has to pit. Luthwaite was never going to get 18 laps out of the stint. Denchi got 7. Oh, trouble! Chook Fang wrong! Again! Oh, geez, that BMW's had a rough night. Aidan Luthwaite on pit lane. He's got a minute 20 on Paul Wood. And Woodsy could get 17 laps out of his last stint. I'm sure of that. Michael Edwards,
again,
I'm not sure about.
The guys are staying on the throttle in that green AstroTurf.
Oh, hang on. Paul Woods lost out to Michael Edwards. Paul Woods lost out to Michael Edwards while we're having a look at that replay. Paul Wood has dropped down the order. Let's have a look at this. Up towards turn 12 and off the road and into the wall. Paul Wood drops down and has lost 3 seconds on Michael Edwards, who has gone to 3rd and up 14 spots. He now holds the most positions gained on his own.
Steering still straight, that's a plus.
3 different manufacturers in the top 3 now with Wood's demise.
But he goes off again in the puddles.
And now he's under pressure from Ash Collins. And that thing does look worse for wear. Aidan Luthwaite back out onto the racetrack with a sizable advantage over Michael Edwards and everybody else behind him. Luthwaite back out. Chook Fang Long back into pit lane. And Matty Dench's advantage is now a minute. And this is what happens when, well, even Denchi was tested and challenged tonight. It hasn't been without incident for Denchi. But, as we so often say, the cream rises to the top. And and he would have known his numbers and known exactly what he had to do to hit the markers. And he's going to come back to the line with 3 laps to go. No change. There will be a smidgen of overtime now attached to this. 3 laps to go, and he's going to be able to one-stop at 17 and 16 lap stints respectively. And he's going to win this thing by in excess of a minute. And that is the class of the bloke. On show for everybody to see. And even though it's not the right car, it's a full stop, exclamation mark, everything else that it needs to be. The cherry, the icing on title number 9. David Christensen, AstroTurf Wall. Oh. Everybody at home is just watching on in constant amusement. Everybody in the server, Dave Oliver, and you can vouch for this because you were there, is just looking on in sheer frustration.
Yeah, it just gives me nightmares when the force feedback goes light over that. Like I ran wide a few times and was somehow able to keep it straight, but yeah, it's giving me Vietnam nightmares.
Exactly. Where's Red Gum? And I'm only 19 when you need it. 7:35 on the clock. Denchi with 3 to go on the way home. So I got there in the end. I went around the world to get to 33, but we got there in the end. And there is somewhere on tape earlier in the race where I was explaining the method we made as to how we got to 33, ladies and gentlemen. For laps completed tonight, it will only be a 33 lapper. Up the outside to put a lap on David. Is that David Johnson? Yes. So Johnson goes down the lap. Just 6 cars left on the lead lap here at the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. They are Matthew Dench, Aidan Luthwaite, Michael Edwards, Ash Collins, Aaron Cooper, and John bloody Merritt somehow. Merritt is still on the lead lap, and yet he has absolutely torn that Ferrari to pieces. Have a look at it. Oh my goodness. I can only imagine how much of a mongrel that has been to steer tonight. 2:45s are the current lap times for John Merritt. The race leader Denchi doing 2:42s. So when you look at that, Merritt's only 10 seconds down the road off being lapped again, and that would be 5 cars finishing on the lead lap.
So going off the audio, it sounds like the rain's got us slightly heavier.
Okay, yeah, and it looks like it as well. Those puddles are increasing. It is tipping down in Spa. So Dench by 1:01 over Lewthwaite and Edwards. 5 manufacturers in the top 10, boys. Mercedes in there through David Christensen, Audi through Greg Heaney and Matty Dench. BMW through Paul Woodhouse, Collins and Aidan Lewthwaite. Porsche through Michael Edwards, Aaron Cooper and David Johnson. And Ferrari through John Merritt, who were on board with him.
Johnny wasn't even flat through the little kink before Bonchimont. That's how treacherous it's getting.
And that's how bad a state his race car's in, let's say. It'll be interesting to see if Denchi's flat out through there. Because again, he's 3 seconds a lap quicker than Merritt at the moment. Main straight. Merritt has Merritt has 3 laps to go, unless Denchi laps him, in which case he's got 2 laps to go. Aaron Cooper down pit lane.
That's damage
Aaron Cooper's going to lose a lap. Aaron Cooper will lose a lap here. Dench will come on through to make it 5 cars on the lead lap. Aaron Cooper drops to 6th. It'll be 7th in a minute because David Johnson's going to come through. Behind Denchi there. And Paul Wood's not too far away either. So Aaron Cooper's come undone. Any drive-throughs on incident points? Maybe, but I haven't seen any. Bevan Moy's back on pit road. Aaron Cooper's in and out in 9.57 seconds. So maybe it was the fuel. Actually, that makes sense. It might have been fuel because at the end of the day, that was only his 2nd stop. So that is unfortunate for Aaron Cooper. Everybody else holding on. John Merritt, with 2 stops, remains on the lead lap, but has no hope of catching Ash Collins, who's half a minute up the road. Collins is 14 seconds behind Edwards. Edwards is 47 seconds behind Lewthwaite, who's 62 seconds. Yeah, you heard that correctly. 1 minute and 2 behind this guy, Matty Dench. And we've got a lap and a half to go. And he could still lap Merritt yet. He could still lap Merritt. But I don't think it's possible now because Merritt last time around improved to a 2:44.7 and Denchi slipped off to a 2:43.2. So I think the points being made about it getting more damp and treacherous out there are going to allow John Merritt to stay on the lead lap here. Jonathan Hooper parked up. Oh, see, that's the other thing as well. And that was a great visual representation of it too, ladies and gentlemen. The sand traps are now just a death trap, essentially. 3-car series next season likely. Or 3-car series next season from Josh Uno to Toddy Hayne, I believe it was, tuning in. I'm making the previous comment. Denchi's coming through. He's going to get the white flag this time by, boys. White flag in the air. And this race will be done at 33 laps. And this will be one of the biggest winning margins for Matt Dench in his involvement in the club's history. And it'll be title number 9. It is just extraordinary. Michael Edwards now comes to pit lane as well. So Michael couldn't make it home on fuel. That's unfortunate for him. He's going to lose out to John Merritt. He'll go a lap down to Denchi as well. Oh, hang on. No. I was getting nervous then. I thought Denchi was coming to pit lane. I was like, hey, what the hell's going on? 1 lap to go. The white flag is in the air and Denchi's on his way home. 7.004 kilometres separating him. A checkered flag. An emphatic victory and title number 9. And look at it. You can see it on your screen. It is getting wetter out there. Michael just falls behind John Merritt, but manages to stay on the lead lap. Well done, Michael Edwards. So it'll be 5 cars on the lead lap at the end here. Clinical from Dench.
Ooh.
David Christensen ran a bobble. Jeez, that was close. Up the camel straight towards the right-hander at the end of the back straight now. Matty Dench on his way home. 32.35 laps in the book. Only 1:40 left on the clock. The checkered flag will fly this time by. Oh, hang on. Michael Edwards right there. Michael Edwards might go a lap down here. There'll be a blue flag waving for Michael Edwards, so it will only be 4 cars finishing on the lead lap. Dench down the inside of Edwards. Edwards not making it easy for him. And eventually Dench will find his way through. Oh, no, he won't! He won't! Can you believe that? Monumental stupidity on the final lap at the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. Dench and Edwards have come together. Dench's front end is crunched up. Dench will still win, but it won't be in excess of a minute as it was destined to be. That is extraordinary.
That was Denchi just claiming that one. He's his fault.
Copy that. I did hear it on the earpiece saying something about understeering.
It's what I have to say. That's crazy. Being
That
the
is
last
crazy.
lap and all.
Well, to be fair to Denchi, yes, that has happened, and he's claimed it for the understeer. But at the end of the day, there's no way Michael Edwards should have been racing him. There would have been a blue flag waving, I'm sure. Oh. Anyway, Matty Dench somehow allows Michael Edwards to stay on the lead lap, and Paul Wood gets back onto the lead lap.
And he's still flirting with that that curb.
Yeah. 45 seconds now his advantage. So it's a hamstrung car that's going to bring us to the checkered flag. The clock has expired. The race is about to end.
The thing is,
Matty Dench.
the only thing also, he's 44 seconds. My off-track count has net. Well, he's gone wide. He's gone.
Ooh. Oh, Dench is in the wall. Jesus.
And
That's twice on the final lap. Are you kidding me?
And if this is like the Porsches, if he's gone over the limit, instant limit here, he's Aiden's going to be within 40 seconds.
Yep,
We're going.
he is.
This could be interesting to see if this actually is a win.
Across the line he'll go, and if it's clean, it's title number 9 and victory at Spa. That's far more drama for the sake of it than we needed on the final lap from the Audi driver. The number 1 remains the number 1. It's incumbent. He'll go out in pursuit of a 10th consecutive title next season. What the hell did we just witness? I'll tell you what we did witness. This young bloke putting his name on the map. A star on the rise that stayed out of trouble all night long. And if Denchi had run the BMW as he was supposed to, there'd be a BMW lockout of the podium. Aiden Luthwaite, take a bow. Second, at Spa, his best result in Waste Options GT3 Pro, and he was 41.3 seconds behind Denchi at the end. He came home with a 241.833. Denchi's last lap, 3 minutes 3.036.
I'm pretty sure a drive-through is roughly around that 47 seconds time loss.
Well,
It'd be interesting to see what happens once everything's settled.
I kind of do, but don't want to know at the same time. All night, 32 laps through there, clean as a whistle. 33rd lap, gone. And don't know who got the fastest lap of the race and all of that as well. I really don't. Paul Wood.
Is he run out of fuel?
He's run out of fuel, hasn't he, on the last lap? Well, I feel sorry for Paul Wood. I really do. Because as Ash Collins comes across the line to take a well-deserved, hard-earned third, John Merritt will come through for fourth, and Michael Edwards and David Johnson are duking it out for fifth. They are still duking it out for fifth. I do feel sorry for Paul Wood. And do you want to know why? He wasn't expecting to get the 33 laps. His pit monitor would have been saying 32, 32, 32 because he was a lap down. He got back onto the lead lap because of the incident between Michael Edwards and Matty Dench. And that's the nook and cranny of it. There is no argument, there is no discussion or debate to be added into. That is that. John Merritt. More hits than Elvis, but hot lap, or wet lap in this case, goes to fourth. Whoever wrote that down, genius by the way. Michael Edwards holds off David Johnson, 5th and 6th. Paul Wood finishes a lap down, so 6 cars finish on the lead lap. It's just madness. Insanity at the Spa-Francorchamps circuit in Belgium. Stephen Galich is going to come through, and he finishes 12th. We'll have a look at the results for you in just a moment, folks. Paul Wood was 7th. Greg Heaney, Aaron Cooper, David Christensen, Richard Mitchum, and Stephen Gallagher.
So it's
and
still
Dench holds on.
Yeah, so still, it must have been still under his point limit because it's still 41 seconds ahead. So all good.
What Josh Zuno said, pat on the back to all 16 finishes because that was bloody tough work. Extraordinary. 16 finishes, Chook Fung Wong being the last of those. That I cannot believe the drama of that last lap. Have we ever? I mean, we've seen some good last laps in our time here, and Christ knows we've called a lot of good races on the platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club. But have we ever seen anything as carnage riddled, as unnecessary, as chaotic, as extraordinary as that?
It just shows that, you know, one little mistake, like, you know, you got that little understeer moment via Denchi there, and then that other mistake, you know, coming through Blanchimont and stuff. It's just those tiny little mistakes, and like you can have the steering like just, you think it's perfect, but then like you just get onto a wet line or a curb or the AstroTurf, and the thing just, you know, spits you to Nürburgring past the Ardennes Mountains, which was nearly the gap that Denchi won by. Like, he could have gone to Nürburgring and won there as well, but it's just like, it's just crazy. Just one little mistake and it's all over.
It was a venture into the unknown, but the cream rose to the top, and the name we expected to finish on top of the summit did so in the end. Hey, Dave Oliver, good luck this weekend, mates. I will see you at Sydney Motorsport Park in the middle of May, and looking forward to that immensely. Yeah, I know you've got a busy weekend coming up. Good luck with that. And, of course, we look forward to seeing you here next season, mate. I don't know if we ticked off all the boxes and finished all the talking points, but is there anything else you want to add before I let you go?
No, thank you again to for you guys for doing these broadcasts week in, week out. You know, thanks for the admins and race control and everyone that, you know, just helps put on these great weekly races every week for, you know, these 4 seasons every year. So, you know, as you know, from all the drivers, you know, just thank you guys. So bring it on.
We had 4 seasons tonight. Don't worry about that. Good on you, mate. Thank you, and happy Easter to you.
You too, guys. Thanks again.
There he is. Dave Oliver. Those of you that are going west of the Blue Mountains somewhere this weekend might spot the great man, actually. In the meantime, let's bring in Paul Wood, Greg Heaney, who have been the first to jump into the booth for a chat post-race here. Dave Oliver, of course, here pre-race finish because of his early exit, and the champion has graced us with his presence as well. Before I get to Paul Wood and Greg Heaney, hey, Denchi, I'm going to come back and we're going to pick apart your race in just a moment, but really, I guess the first question, and the only question that I want answered at this point in time, is why Audi when you've driven the BMW all season?
Well, I think with the points lead, I think even with half points, I could take it out. So, yeah, we're looking to sort of play around and see what the next season will bring. So we're in the Audi.
All right, and your teammates actually suggested that it might have been that you thought that tonight was the start of a new season, but you're smarter than that.
He asked me before the race, like, oh, do you want to drive Audi for the next season? I was like, yeah, sure. And I was looking at the points, and it's like, sure, we'll just jump in there tonight with it.
All right, why not? 3 weeks ahead, very nice. I like it. I wish I was ahead in any way, shape or form at the moment. Denchi, coming back to you shortly, mate. Thank you. Greg Heaney, you could only imagine, I can only imagine how proud you are being able to sing the praises of Aidan Luthwaite tonight, and well done on you in getting in the top 10 as well. But I want to start with Paul Wood, because I think it needs to be stated that had Denchi not run into trouble on the last lap, you wouldn't have run out of fuel.
Me?
Yes. Did you run out of fuel on the last lap? What the hell happened?
No, I didn't run out of fuel on the last lap. I had the checkered flag. It was finished, wasn't it?
You had the checkered flag.
It'd be because he's got the white flag behind Denchi. iRacing doesn't give the lap back, even though he got back past, which is a bit silly.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I had plenty of fuel.
All right, cool. Because I was absolutely bloody well bemused by it, and I went into bat for you on broadcast. I said, and again, this is the stupidity of iRacing, isn't it? I mean, if you get your lap back, you should then get to go and finish on the lead lap with all and sundry there. It would have been 7 on the lead lap and not 6. But we just saw you pull up there on the main straight, and we're like, hang on, don't tell us he's run out of fuel, because you'd got back, you'd unlapped yourself on the last lap after what happened with Michael Edwards. But good to know that wasn't the case. Good to know you still get classified as 7th, mate. Great run, it's fair to say. Up 8 spots. Not without its moments, but of all the stars tonight, there were a few people that stood out. You, David Johnson, Michael Edwards, Aidan Luthwaite, as far as the top 10 is concerned, really rose to the occasion tonight. How was the challenge from your perspective? What did you make of it? Did you enjoy it?
Look, very, very hard, very tiring race. You just could not take a breather, and that was I made a few minor mistakes, but I made that one major one, which I just happened to lose concentration for a second, and that's when I put it into the wall, and I couldn't believe it. I was sitting comfortably in 3rd spot there, and plenty of fuel. I was looking good, and all I had to do was come home, and yeah, that one mistake. But it's hard. It's not what I would call racing out there. It's more like just a matter of survival.
Yes.
I wouldn't like to be doing this week in, week out. It's not what I would call the most enjoyable racing, but it's a good challenge. And I was happy with my result until I made that one silly error. But overall, not too bad. Better than I thought I was going to go overall. Wasn't too confident coming in. It's my first race at all on iRacing in wet weather. So I learned a few things, major FPS problems. So that was giving me some grief for probably the first half of the race. It took quite a while before I could get that to settle down. So as numbers started to drop off, that started to smooth out, which helped a little bit. But yeah, overall, still couldn't find some magic pace. I thought I'd have a magic bullet in the wet, maybe some hidden skills, but apparently not. But yeah, overall, I'm happy. Disappointed I didn't get a third, but I'm happy I finished my first wet weather race, especially a 90-minute one. So all in all, yeah, not too bad.
All in all, not too bad at all. Although Brett Bradbury takes the lead as far as mistakes of the night are concerned, having pitted on wets and switched to dries. Unfortunately for him, that ruined the night. Would have looked good on a skid pen, no doubt, but not on this racetrack. And well done to Parianasakis as well, getting the job done there. Cannot wait to catch up with the great man in just under 7 weeks' time at Sydney Motorsport Park. Well, actually, just over 7 weeks' time, I should say. Now, and I should know that better than most because I'm the one doing the countdown to the MRA Facebook page at the moment. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Let's analyse the crap out of that, Woodsy, because, as you say, survival of the fittest. You didn't have to be the fastest car out there tonight. You just had to maintain pace and consistency and bring the thing home in one piece. And as John Merritt, who joins us in the commentary box now, will attest to, you can also have more hits than Elvis and still manage to bring it home. But for you, as you say, once things settle down for you in that second half of the race, it looked good out there. You led the charge home as far as Aussie races were concerned. David Christensen wasn't too far behind you. That was a venture into the unknown, and we know that we should expect more wet weather races next season. Do you feel comfortable with that prospect or not?
Oh, look, like everything, I'll give it a go. I'll take it race by race in the wet. I've still got a hell of a lot to learn when it comes to that. I've still got a lot of skills I think I need to pick up to be effective in the wet, but I learned a few during the race, like following Mr. Edwards earlier on. He taught me a few different spots through the track where I actually managed to gain a little bit of time and a little more grip. So I learnt on the fly, which I like to do. So thank you to him. But going forward, I'll do it. But yeah, I prefer wet, dry racing overall. But wet is just a handful. But it definitely throws up a few spanners and definitely throws a cat amongst the pigeons. So it opens it up that anyone can have a decent result. And like I said, Nelly got a third, which would have been a really good result for me. I'd have been over the moon. But overall, interesting race.
Very interesting race, tiring race, confusing race from the commentary box standpoint as well. And the changeable conditions, even though the radar and the details we're reading that Adam Lavis put up at the start of the race suggested a 0% chance of precipitation. This is Spa we're talking about. We know that when we're in the forest, the Rd-10 forest as we are there, we know that you can just about throw the weather forecast and the form guide out the window. and we noticed towards the end of the race that it started to dampen even more so. So what was it like from your perspective? And I'll be interested to get everybody else's thoughts here, including the great man David Johnson, who's just become the latest member of the party here post-race. Feel free to jump on in and have a chat to us, folks. We'll stay here as long as we're allowed to. I'm not even sure if I've got to wrap this up quick or we're able to go a little bit longer. Radam Lavis, we're good? Okay. I just didn't want to go too long if you've got a 4 a.m. alarm or something stupid tomorrow morning. But we'll go a little bit longer if we can because it is the final one of the term. Woodsy, to finish with you, what was it like going lap by lap as those conditions deteriorated towards the end, as we got towards 5 o'clock local time there, and heading up into these different parts of the racetrack, knowing that it was going to be varying and changing lap on lap? How do you deal with that?
Well, for me personally, I'm struggling a little bit in the VR because I've got very low settings, so I don't even have HDR or anything. So I was still struggling to see the cars in front with the brake lights and the wet weather lights. So that was making it difficult, and it's very hard to see dramatic changes in the track. I sort of can basically see wet spots and that sort of thing, but it's not super clear. So for me, it was more, I had to do the old touch and feel method to figure out that it was getting a bit more slippery and a bit more water, just as the car was sliding a bit more. I'd go, oh, hang on, I got to back off a little bit more next lap for the puddle here and there, that sort of thing. So that made it a little more difficult, but overall, it wasn't too bad. I think I felt fairly consistent throughout the whole race, but I think, again, I wasn't pushing, the limits as much as the guys up the front were. So my consistent pace was, again, just pretty consistent, so I could hit my marks and that sort of thing. So overall, not too bad. Would I like to see more detail? Yes, in regards to just my own setup itself, I think would help to find dry lines and that sort of thing. But overall, I was pretty happy with the consistency over the race and the changing weather conditions.
Oh, mate, very nicely done. Now, next question. Next season, we know to expect more wet weather races. We'll no doubt maintain the same format of racing here. It will look a little bit different with under 6 manufacturers there on the grid, but we've got a couple of new circuits that have recently dropped. We're excited about those, Portimao especially in Portugal. What do you look forward to most as regards to the new season? I know we haven't seen a calendar yet, but there's a lot to be excited about. And do you stay with the BMW or do you go and have a explore elsewhere?
Car-wise, I'm considering swapping to a different car. I'm even had a bit of peak of the interest again in the old Lambo. Whether it's a good choice or not, we'll see how we go. I'll do a bit of off-season practice and see how I feel in the car. It's been a while since I've driven it, but you know me, I like a bit of a challenge. But for the season, yeah, like I'd be happy if I can just continue to find a little bit more pace. I'd like to be able to get a little more consistent results across the season, but overall, I'll wait and see what track list comes out, and again, just get warmed up, and hopefully I can, have another successful season.
All right, mate, very nicely done. And as far as the rest of Grand Final week's concerned, what have you got to look forward to, and what have you got your eyes on?
GT4 on Wednesday and the Super Formula on Friday is all I have left at the moment.
All right, well, we'll see you on Wednesday night for GT4. We're broadcasting at One for Change, so looking forward to it immensely. We might have a chat to you after that. Well done tonight, solid effort, great drive, and not unlike you to shine on the stage where so much unknown has been thrown at us, mate. A nice return to the top 10 for you. Well done.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
There he is, Paul Wood. Very nicely done. Finishing just below him. A lap down in the end. Greg Heaney. Let's have a chat to you, mate. Okay, Zach Christie had an absolute shocker. There's no two ways about that. Every time we saw him, he was in the wars. You looked like you had a relatively okay night at the office, but the standout performance for you guys, no doubt, was young Aiden Luthwaite. And we saw his potential at the very start of this season. I believe, he got elevated partway through the season from Pro-Am up into Pro. And so we knew this guy had potential, but by gee, he must be praying for every race to be wet now.
Oh, most definitely. I reckon he will be. He was frothing at the bit to get on the grid for this one. But yeah, no, I saw he was when Denchi was catching up to me. Congrats to Dench on the win as well, by the way. I saw that Aiden wasn't too far behind him. I'm like, well, all right. So gave him a well done for so far at that point in the race. And it's just like, I let him go when he caught me. It's like, just go get him. But yeah, well done to Aiden for the second place tonight after a few weeks off. I think he's been focusing on some LMP races on another league on other nights. So he's been away from GSRC for a little bit, but I'm very happy with my own performance. Still kicking myself for that first incident at Blanchimont. I was a passenger in that one, and it was pretty much jammed the foot on the brakes, and I think I somewhat cramped up my left foot in the process, so that was a little bit uncomfortable for a couple of laps while it sorted itself out.
Well, when you look at that, as you say, you're a passenger earlier in the piece, but the conditions remained rather steady for that first hour, and then they slowly deteriorated. So just as you guys were starting to get into a rhythm and know the trip-up points, it became more challenging. There were more puddles on the circuit, the water depth was deeper, and it just became a battle to survive out there. And in the end, the fact that Aaron Cooper had to stop late, as did David Christensen, that worked into your favour.
Oh yeah, I think there was the probably more good luck than good management with my second off, and I'm like, you know what, I'm just going to go and get it fixed, get it all fixed up, get it fueled to the end, and run a shorter stop through the middle stint because of the overlap. I would most likely gain a couple of places at the end when everybody else had to go in for the final stop. So it was more good luck than good management, particularly with the strategy on it. So
yeah. And there is the incident in question.
Yeah.
So essentially, unlike a few around you, you learnt very early to avoid the AstroTurf there like the plague, mates. And that was the other thing tonight. We were expecting it to dry out at some point. We were expecting strategy to be varied because of incidents and weather changes. And in the end, it was only because of incidents that the strategy somewhat varied. And in the end, when we worked out that Denchi was only dragging us to 33 laps, of course, only Denchi could one stop, and everybody else had already come in for a second, third, or fourth top up, depending upon your damage bill. But from your standpoint, what was the biggest aspect of the challenge of that 90 minutes, mate?
Just being consistent. If you weren't consistent, you were either going to stick it in the fence or you were just not going to make it to the end. Myself and I think Sean Benici jumped into a practice session around Spa 3 weeks ago, and Woodsy was giving us a little bit of stick for getting in so early doing practice. It's one of those tracks that, with the way that iRacing worded the track evolution and so forth, the age of the circuits, the more rubber there is on the track, the more the actual dry racing line is going to be slippery. So it's just a matter of learning that to be able to make sure you're in the right place when it's wet, because otherwise you're just not going to go where you want to go.
Yep, indeed. And would you like to see more wet weather racing implemented into the GT series next season?
I'm quite happy to see it there. I think maybe a little on the longer sessions, I think maybe a transition would be good, but we'll leave that to the powers that be to come up with some forecasts or just run with whatever iRacing can throw up. But no, I think some transitions would be good, going from wet to dry or dry to wet, as opposed to just wet throughout. But I mean, it certainly throws some challenges up. But no, definitely looking forward to more of it.
And nothing was easy about that 90 minutes, least of all towards the end there. You were just in a mental battle with yourself, mate, because as the contenders dwindled and as accidents occurred around you, mostly everyone on the circuit was left to play with themselves, for lack of a better word.
Well, yeah, I mean, at the end there, I was catching Woodsy at the end, but my moment through Arouge and Radion on the second last lap was a full left-hand lock to keep the car off the fence.
You did well.
There was downshift from fourth to second and full left lock to keep the thing off the wall. And thankfully there's enough runoff there because of the the extra wide top to the hill and
Yep.
the pit lane exit and so forth. Otherwise, I would have been in the fence. But no, I was trying to catch Woodsy. I just couldn't catch him, and that incident didn't really help the cause. But,
No, it certainly did not. No.
but no, it was a good night from all of us. I know Fred and Zach obviously didn't have the best of nights. But
Yes.
we shall persevere and continue on.
Oh, well, actually, there's an interesting point. Fred being a retirement as well, and now being under your banner. 4 different manufacturers in your stable at the moment. Any indication as to which one of your cars is the better one to have in the wet? I mean, or does it come down to driver skill as reflected on the scoreboard there?
I honestly think it comes down to driver skill, not so much car. I mean, you look at Matt. I mean, Matt, sorry to say, he's an alien, and he's going to probably outdo us for a while yet. But
And
he drove an
everybody else.
Audi. He drove an Audi from start to finish at the front, and I mean, I was doing fairly well from what I could see.
Yep.
So the cars are quick. It just depends on the guy in the driver's seat.
Absolutely, and more often than not, we've seen that before. Hey, speaking of going forward next season, I've already asked you about what are you most looking forward to, and what are you most looking forward to with regards to the team and what you guys might be able to achieve, and will there be any changes to the layout of or the makeup of your respective manufacturers that you're running?
Oh, look, the car choice is up to the guys. I've got no issues with what they're driving. Myself, I'm thinking if the new McLaren comes out, if and when that comes out, I'll probably end up jumping in that, hanging for that something fierce. Or God could only hope that if it happens, that the Corvette comes to a GT3. I'll be jumping on that real quick. Otherwise, maybe a Lambo for me.
All right, very nicely done. And we look forward to seeing you on the grid next season. Obviously, not knowing, there's the other interesting element of next season already, because a lot of the testing is going to be done based once the calendar drops, based on the venues, not necessarily the weather conditions. And it'll be interesting to see how that spices things up, because we often talk about the variance in performance of cars manufacturer to manufacturer in the dry. How different it's going to be in the wet. As we saw tonight, potentially superhuman, but BMW still rose to the top. Will the form guide read the same next season in the rain? We'll find out. Greg, happy Easter to you and the rest of the team, mate. Thanks for stopping on by for chat.
No worries, guys, and thanks for putting this on again. And happy Easter to you guys as well.
And we look forward to seeing the Whiskey Business racing crew on deck next season again. And the team name itself gives me inspiration to what I might have post-race, post-broadcast tonight, I must say.
I'm not encouraging that at all, but you guys can do that in the commentary box. We can't.
No, I'll wait until I'm off air, absolutely. But yes, no, thank you, mate. I appreciate it.
Catch your own boys.
I've got a couple of things to do post-broadcast, but that doesn't mean that I have to be sober to do it. Let's press on here. Former El Presidente David Johnson's in the house. John Merritt's here as well. And, of course, we'll get to the champion in Matty Dench in just a few moments' time. Jono, welcome into you. Nice to have you on board. A solid performance tonight. Last cars essentially to finish on the lead lap, given that the little technicality that befell Paul Wood meant that he got the checkered flag before the checkered flag actually waved for Matty Dench. So in the end, on the lead lap, a solid performance. We didn't see too much of you tonight. It looked like you stayed out of trouble. You minded your own business. And then that moment for Michael Edwards and Matty Dench brought you within a stone's throw of potentially stealing fifth.
Yeah, that was good fun. I did actually think that 7th in quali was just a sneaky timing with good track conditions. I didn't think it was actual pace, but yeah, the rain's good.
I haven't had a chance to catch up with you since the rain server debuted. How much time have you spent with it? What have you made of it? Obviously, tonight you're one of the great success stories in tricky, challenging conditions, and as Woodsy said earlier, a survival of the fittest.
Yeah, no, I've done I think a pretty similar amount to most of the GT3 drivers out there, just getting around in week 13 and seeing what it's all about. Not much of it at Spa until yesterday, so that was running the gauntlet a little bit. Didn't expect it was going to go that well, but mostly I came in to just get all the moist jokes in. Now we're nearly at 11 p.m, but I feel like Paul would beat it to me with his touch and feel approach.
Yes, very nice. Very nice indeed. And we can get away with it now, pushing 9 minutes to 11 Eastern Daylight Time. We can get away with it in most parts of the country now, and too bad if we can't.
And hello to everyone watching the replay at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. That doesn't count.
Exactly. No, that doesn't count at all. It's like if you set it up to record and you come back to it tomorrow morning and you're watching it in a children's time slot. No, it doesn't count. You're right. Mates, when we look at your result, the Porsche in the HDS Racing stable, you guys brought 2 home in the top 10 tonight. A fairly solid result. Ash Collins flying the flag for you, Jared Knight watching on, unable to be here. It was an educational 90 minutes for all and sundry, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was good, really good practice from a team perspective. We were having a chat after and a bit of a debrief, and in particular looking at some of Matthew and Aidan's lines, because they did an incredible job. So definitely some stuff to learn there as we potentially head into some 12 and 24-hour special events with variable weather more and more.
Variable weather indeed, and very variable tonight. As it deteriorated, did you notice that? How quickly did you pick it up, and how did you adapt accordingly?
Look, pretty good, really. Just for me, it was a mental game going, it's almost counter to everything else you normally do. Don't look at the gap to the other cars. Don't look at the lap time. Just look at the road and drive. And that seemed to go really well.
Indeed it did. And as far as the season's concerned, at least it finished on a very strong note.
Yeah, look, I think this is only, my memory's right, only second appearance for this one. I've been having a bit of a break. I think I've just done the 2 90-minute ones, because that's 90 minutes plus is where I start to get excited. So actually really excited for next season, though. I think having the while the officials don't have variable weather for GT3 yet, I think we're going to get some really good crowds and some really good driving in a series like this where we do have that weather.
I think you're right, and we're looking forward to it immensely. When you look towards next season, what are you most excited about? Weather aside, of course. I mean, the prospect of a couple of new circuits always exciting, but also the ever-evolving door of people changing manufacturers, trying new things, new season.
Looking forward to coming back and ideally being as competitive as that. Maybe in the dry too would be nice. I'm a bit opposite to what Paul Wood was saying earlier. I actually just did a PC upgrade, so I feel like I've got some more frames and a bit more clarity of what I'm seeing around me and race a bit harder. So keen to come and put that to the test a little bit.
Indeed. All right, very nicely done. As far as the stable's concerned, mate, HDS Racing, who do you lean upon there to potentially give you some pointers and tips?
Pretty much everyone else in the team, given I think I'm probably sitting a pretty solid about 10th on speed, I reckon. So I listen to every single thing I get told, and I don't know how well I go putting into practice, but if we can get more of today, then suggest maybe I might actually be learning something.
Indeed. All right, mate. Very nicely done. Thank you for stopping by to have a chat to us here post-race. We do appreciate that. Well done again
always,
on the top 10 result, and being one of only 6 to finish on the league lap. I think when we look back through the history of the club, that sets a new record for the least amount of drivers to finish on the league lap in a race.
No, thank you, Fidenci, to helping me out with that one. Look, as I always say when I drop by, thank you to all the current committee members. You're doing an absolutely sensational job and continuing to go strength to strength. So, yeah, noticed and really appreciated.
Indeed. Very nicely done. Well done, mate. Have a good Easter, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks. And the chance to put the feet up on a Monday night, no doubt, will be welcomed. Although you said that you haven't been much of a regular here. Hopefully that'll change next season. What have you been doing in the meantime? Has it been good for the mental health to step away from the rig, or is there a little bit of FOMO going on?
No, mate, if I'm not here, it's because of work. So I'd much rather be here with all of you. Let's try and make that a reality next season.
All right, let's hope so. Go well, mate. Thanks for that.
Thanks, guys.
John Merritt, only you would be able to have as many hits as Elvis and still bring a walking wounded Ferrari to fourth place after 90 minutes in the pissing down rain at Spa.
I don't think Ferrari will be allowing me to buy any of their cars based on how I represented tonight. That's for sure.
No, mate. Talk to me about that, because it's as we said, because you were the first and there were many more that followed. You know it's tricky when even you are being tripped up. That was a challenge unlike anything we've ever seen before. What was it like from the driver's cockpit as far as an experience was concerned?
Oh yeah, look, I think the wet will be thoroughly enjoyable, Zach, as time goes. In my case, I hadn't done a lap until it rained in quali, so it was a little bit of a learn on the fly. And in the end, I went with a full dry setup, which proved to be the wrong decision.
Indeed, but at least you were able to persevere with it, mates. I had to change the strategy a little bit partway through, and as we said, your last stop was lap 24. Dench was able to one-stop it. That's not surprising. But how'd you go about, obviously persevering? That was the key thing. Not too many people persevered with it tonight. A lot of people threw it in the too hard basket, hence why we only had 16 cars get to the finish line in the end. And Zach Christie get there, but not being classified. But from your standpoint, when you know that you're wounded or hamstrung, so to speak, how do you adapt on the fly, knowing the changing conditions were playing a role in tripping people up, and knowing that it was going to be a tough slog over 90 minutes, tougher more so than usual?
I was just conscious of how sexy that front end looks, mate, as we're watching the broadcast. But I think, look, I was always going to persevere with some learnings, given I hadn't driven in the wet and hadn't only got home today from being away, so no opportunity for some testing. And mate, I was praying, to be honest, that it would dry, but I was in Discord with Richard Mitchum, and he said, "Oh, it'll take half an hour to dry even if it stops raining." So I sort of gave up on that and thought, well, it's a little bit of a learning curve. Run some laps and keep going round, and sort of saw those dropping out as I had incidents, and probably just try to dial it back a little bit, Zach.
Well, that seemed to be a good way to go tonight. Caution seemed to be the better part of Valor. But in saying that, Richard Mitchum's comments were interesting when you realise, hang on, it drying up is not going to come to fruition. It's no longer an option. Obviously the race was compromised from the outset, but we knew that people were going to drop off. We knew that there was going to be attrition. We knew that there was the potential for different strategies to play out. We knew that Ferrari of yours was looking worse for wear. Question on that: how was it handling, John? How hamstrung were you, mate?
Oh, with no front bar, probably it improved once I took the fast repair, Zach. But to be fair, I think I missed the mark with the setup a long way. I do think the wet conditions probably more about the driver than the setup, but I think I was running a four rear wing, so Air Rouge and some of those quicker corners were diabolical, to be honest.
Certainly looked like it. Was there much chatter within the server from those around you as regards to how they were finding it, and what was the feedback like?
Well, I think Richard would have been on the money. Unfortunately, he had a PC problem, so he had a shutdown, sort of a black screen, I think, moment, and unfortunately he recovered pretty well. To be fair, he would have been somewhere thereabouts. His speed was far better than mine.
And so there wasn't too many of the other guys in tonight, sadly. So we'll go away and scratch their heads and work out what to do in this wet weather. Look at that! That looks brand new now. Look,
that looks much better. Yes, unfortunately, it didn't end that way, John, because you got caught out by I think the same patch of real estate twice. But in saying that, when we look at the race, knowing that, I guess what I'm trying to say is I really like the way you approached it tonight. The fact that it wasn't necessarily ideal from the outset, but this was your first real chance to have a taste of it, get some experience in it. And hopefully somewhere down the line, mate, that will serve you well, knowing that there's a distinct possibility these variable conditions are more likely to pop up season on season right through the rest of the year now.
Yeah, I'm thoroughly looking forward to that sort of transitional weather, Zach. I think that'll be a great challenge for everyone. So where we go, wet, dry, dry, wet, I think that'll be fantastic if we can encompass that in the servers.
Well, the way I've got it, I'm just using the forecast. I'm not playing the God card yet. But I try.
Not yet, but you could.
Yeah.
So I've been trying to roll, like, because you got to re-roll your weather forecast. So I got this one pretty much where I wanted with that sort of that somewhere between 40 and 50% chance of rain, and I found a similar with the AM split, but it was, whereas the Pro split was sort of more of a constant arc with the percentage. The AM split had a low and it raised through the race, which actually happened. So I've looked at the race results of the AM split, and they actually started with probably a damp track, like a damp Verges track, but the track itself was dry. They did some 1 minute 20s at the start of the race. But then by lap 5 to 7, that's when the rain hit, and apparently hit hard. And that's when the rain came in. And so they had the changeable conditions in the AM split. And that's so it can happen. It's just a matter of what kind of chances we have when the racing gods come and give us the new Tempest.
Yeah, I've got to say that I reckon they've got it pretty spot on. I agree with Parry's comment there. It's pretty realistic, and I think iRacing done a wonderful job. You know, in the practice, I was or the start of quali, I was actually just laughing aloud, enjoying it. So it's a fair indication they've got it spot on.
Yeah, as I said, everything's like really good. The only thing I think needs improving is the animation on the windscreen, because it seems to be pretty constant. It doesn't really vary with the heavy rain. It's more the sound you got to listen to with the actual to get an idea of how heavy the rain actually is. That's the only sort of like flaw I've picked so far, other than the tyre rule that I found. But actually, on track wise, the only thing is it's just that on windscreen animation could use a little bit of extra work, but everything else is very good, very polished.
It's pretty hard work following, I know that.
Oh, the spray adds to it. The spray itself's fine. It's just those drops on the windscreen just stay that same constant thing. So.
Yeah, you're right, Adam. Yeah,
indeed. John, because you are one of our versatile performers here, where else would you like to see this wet weather pop up as far as categories are concerned, mate? Because not all categories are getting the love just yet. It'll be rolled out slowly, much like their update.
I'd love to see a bit of Formula Ford action in the wet next season if we can.
And even Formula V, I'm all for it. Yeah.
Formula V, yep.
I'm already looking forward to. There's not much to look forward to next Monday, because as far as I'm concerned, there's no point observing or trying to one up anyone on the April Fool's joke fronts, ladies and gentlemen, especially if you live in Queensland, because you are the joke being an hour behind. But I am looking forward to iRacing's update, because they always tease something that they're actually going to do. They go against the grain. They don't joke. They drop an update as to what new car they're going to drop. We all think it'll be the Mustang, most notably, for GT3. But I would love nothing more than a Hyundai Excel. And I say that with a few different things in mind there. But yes, Formula Ford, Formula V, anything that is going to spice things up. And I hope as well, John, that a few of our regulars here aren't deterred by the wet weather tonight. I mean, there were a lot park up early and a lot come undone. But the only way, like, you know, new cars, new circuits, the only way to grow here is to persevere with it and put some time in. Yeah,
I think that'll organically grow, and I think it's probably tough being and no criticism here, but being the last race of the season, and it's thrust upon some guys that haven't tried it, numero uno or myself. But I think organically that'll grow, and it is a far better challenge than driving in the dry, and I think hopefully it throws up a few wild cards in terms of the results, and some guys will be super quick, I'm sure, and some will have to work at it more.
We saw the checkered flag fly at about 22 minutes past 10 Eastern Daylight Time tonight, folks. So if you think the post-race show's been a long one, no, it hasn't. It's relatively short thus far, but it'll reach about an hour by the time we're done with Matty Dench and wrapping everything up. John, last one, and then I'm going to let you go. Actually, make it a two-parter. First and foremost, focusing on GT3 next season. We've spoken at nauseam about the weather, but what are we looking forward to most with regards to potential calendar options and obviously the new tracks that have just dropped recently, including Portimao? Will you steer away from the Ferrari, or will you stay with that? And then further closer to proximity is, of course, what we've got coming up this week, and another title potentially there for the taking in Formula V, mate. A big week ahead.
I'll have to steer away from the Ferrari. They won't give me one to run after my effort tonight. But hopefully, looking forward to Zach, the new cars, the Mustang. I think Greg mentioned the Corvette. That'd be fantastic. A bit of American Iron, and Formula V Thursday. So looking forward to that, and a bit of GT1 action tomorrow.
Indeed. Good luck with. Oh, actually, no. GT1's next week. It's not this Tuesday night, it's next Tuesday night, because we've got the up-and-comers triple.
Sorry, you're right. Yep, so next week.
So you got a Tuesday night off this week, John, which I'm sure you'll be looking forward to.
Don't tell the wife.
No. And of course, next week, you'll have Monday nights off. So, but obviously, as you say, there'll be plenty of time spent in the rig over the Easter break, just to keep the mind fresh, just to keep the training up and obviously prepare for the new season. You don't really get a chance to walk away from this thing until we shut down for 6 weeks over summer. Well done, John. Good luck with the GT1 finale next week. We'll see you later in the week for Formula V and possibly the Porsches as well, mate. Appreciate it.
Thank you, mate, and thank you to the committee and the club for all they do throughout the season, and well done, Denchy. Too good. Well done, mate.
Yeah, well done indeed. Just as we bring Denchy in here, we might be able to, if Adam Lavis has got them handy, have a look at the results from GT3 and just sum it all up for you. Parianastakis on top. Have a look at that for a winning margin. 42 seconds because of Denchy's drama on the final lap. Harry actually won by more than Denchy did. Unheard of. Benjamin Lavender second, Daniel Piper, Adam Chipler, Matt Schmidtke, Tom Williams, and also Warren Ibert, with Adam Holland, Trent Naylor, and William Yarwood. Good to see William back in the server, making up the top 10. How are we going with championship points as well, Adam Lavis? Are we there yet or not? We are. There they are. The cream of the crop is once again Matty Dench. Job done. 54 points the winning margin, so he lost a little bit tonight because he only gets the half points for the Audi, not the Bimmer. And then John Merritt, Richard Mitchum, 2 and 3. Mitchum unlucky, but 81 points behind John Merritt in the end. Nothing unlucky about that, really, to be fair. Ash Collins crept up towards the end there, 326. Displaced Jared Knight, 280 and 272 for Jonathan Hooper. Paul Wood, 254. Chip Fung Long, 252. And Aidan Luthwaite, have a look at that, up into 9th spot on 249 points, and Mike Edwards, 233. Matt up the top 10. Adam.
So when I was doing the results, one thing did stand out. Ash Collins, 0x in the rain tonight.
Jeez, that's impressive. That is really, really impressive. Helps him cement fourth in the championship. Well done. Great stuff. Okay, we'll get to the end split in just a moment because... Oh, no, you've got them there. Excellent. Beautiful. Daniel Piper, 363 points. Edged out Adam Chiplin, 330, who held off Ben Lovett at 325. And William Yarwood, despite missing a couple of rounds, 293, 11 points clear of Scott Wooden. Then Phil Butler, Tom Williams, Parianastakis in 8th spot at 245. 5 clear of course, Adam Hennessy and James Franco made up the top 10. 147 points in the end, separated first and 10th in GT3M this season. And there's the team's championship. Matty Dench with a couple of race assistants from Simon Nicholson. They get the job done. They do it by 25 points over Ash Collins and Jared Knight. And there's another moment for John Merritt, by the way. On the replay, they were fourth. His team across the line in the team's championship. Jonathan Hooper, Chook Fung Wong, who I said about their night the better. Well, particularly with the Chook, but 524. And Twitchy Foot was top 5. That's Twitchy Foot 1. Twitchy Foot 3. Scott Wood and Neil Gladwin won the team's championship as far as the AM split competitors were concerned. They were best placed to the AM split there. And then Side Hustle, Whiskey, and the two Aussie Racer Boys teams, made up the top 10. Matty Dench, congratulations. Title number 9, but it was far from straightforward tonight.
Yeah, there's a lot of good fun out there tonight for sure. First laps of wet in Spa was qualifying, so that was very interesting.
And you still put it on P2, mate.
Yeah, I tried to as qualifying started, the rain was fairly light. There wasn't a whole lot of water on the track, and I went out on a dry set with wet tyres, and it was just absolutely no grip anywhere. So we ended up binning our first fast lap, and we jumped back in and threw the iRacing wet setup on, and we managed to get a decent lap in there. So yeah, we started front row.
By my numbers, Denchy, and I hope I'm still right in saying this as well, I had it as 3 laps every 7 minutes in the dry, which would have got us to 84 minutes and 36 laps, would have got us up to 37, 38, and then the pit lane transit time would have held it there at 38. We only lost 5 laps tonight for a few reasons. The wet weather, the slower speed, therefore less fuel burn. How soon did you realise that you did one stop it, mate?
Pretty much when I was sitting in the car, rolling up to the start to take the green flag. Looked like I needed to save about 12 litres on top of what on our like race pace. So
12 litres in 90 minutes. Wow,
wasn't too bad.
How easy a stretch? How hard a stretch was 12 litres? Just paint a picture for everybody that doesn't quite understand. The task at hand there, you've got to save 12 litres in 90 minutes. So 12 litres in 33 laps as it turned out tonight. So, I mean, essentially 11 threes are 33. So you're saving a little bit less than a third of a litre a lap.
Yeah, I mean, you split your fuel target early on, and it's just like 12 litres across 33 laps. It's not that huge amount that you need to save. So.
And made easier by the rain?
Yeah, like if it was dry, we'd be like taking probably like 30-40 litres instead, you know. So
yeah. Talk me through a couple of moments.
Which one? I've got too many to remember.
No, we'll get to your last lap in just a moment, because I couldn't quite believe what the hell was unfolding there. Because let's be perfectly honest, that was almost you throwing it away when you had a 1 minute advantage, and you did it twice. No, earlier in the race though, you had a little bit of a slip and slide, and it just proved that you are human after all. Then I'm not sure exactly why Dylan Shepherd opted to park up, but he did. We know that he had a little bit of a moment partway through his second stint, but he managed to get it back to pit lane. So I'm not sure what happened beyond that. Aidan Luthwaite went with you guys early on, John Merritt. Everybody tripped off around you, but even you had a small slip and slide. At least it didn't appear as though any damage on the car, and you were able to sail on.
Yeah, it was. I think the first half of the race was quite good. It's very challenging trying to spot where you're actually driving when you're behind someone. But once we had like a bit of clear track, it was a lot easier to try and pick your line through the corners for sure.
All right. Actually, from your standpoint, how was that? I mean, once you found your way to the front, you just did what you normally do and took off. Everybody else around you run a two-stop strategy that really worked in your favour, that pretty much rendered you uncatchable, unattainable. how did you deal with everyone's on the same real estate, obviously, but you being the race leader, you're the guinea pig. You're first on scene. How were you adapting with those changeable conditions as they were worsening towards the checkered flag?
Well, when you can actually see the road ahead of you, I actually found it a lot easier to like work out what you got to do for each corner, because you can see exactly where you need to place the car. But like if you're following someone, you're just sitting directly in their spray, hoping that they pick the correct line, and you have no idea what you're about to drive into. So yeah, it's very, very challenging.
All right, so two things. Let's. I mean, we've already covered off your tyre wear. That was obviously not really a talking point tonight, because we were just worried about you blokes surviving and not killing yourselves in the process of getting through 33 laps around here. How were the tyres? What were the wets like compared to the dries?
I had no idea what the wearing, like how much wear you would get on the tyres, so I ended up changing all 4 tyres at my stop. But I think the rears were only down to like 87% or something, so like there was still quite a lot left on them.
Yeah, very nice. As far as the last lap was concerned, we need to talk about that. We can't let you off the hook that easily. All night, Denchi, you were very aware of the trip-up points on the AstroTurf. You find it on the 33rd and final lap. That's point number 1. But let's go back a minute before that. I was a little bit surprised that Michael Edwards, I mean, yep, we did hear through our radio piece that you had a little bit of understeer, you claimed responsibility for it. But I would have thought that when he was going a lap down in the first place, there would have been a blue flag waving at Michael.
He did go wide on the corner, so I tried to square it up on the exit. I knew it was really slippery on the inside there, so I gave it a big boot full of right pedal to try and slide the rear around. The whole tight inside, but yeah, the fronts let go more than the rears, so yeah, we just tracked out straight in front of him and turned ourselves. But yeah, we were trying to go for another purple lap on that lap, so we weren't just sitting there waiting.
Yep. Yeah. I'm asking tough questions, Michael, only because we only saw one angle of it, and that was the contact. We did hear in the earpiece that there was understeer from Denchi, but I got to ask the question at the end of the day, and to be fair, that incident didn't do Michael any favours as well, because he had John Merritt get on through, and also, of course, David Johnson pushing him all the way to the finish line. And you had it right the first time round, by the way. You spelled that 2 different ways. I'm not going to get into battles on that at this time of the night. I've already lost. In saying that, Denchi, talk us through the moment at the very end. The one and only time. The one and only time you found the AstroTurf, it sends you into the wall. How much damage did you sustain? Obviously not enough to deny you victory. You were able to limp it to the checkered flag, but it must have been a hairy moment.
Yeah, I went across that AstroTurf there a couple of times throughout the race, but I was very, very gentle with the throttle, and being the last lap, I was like, oh, we'll just give it a little bit of a squirt on throttle here, get a little sideways, and just hard left we went, and it's like, oh, this will be the wall. Yeah, it wasn't too much damage. It didn't get a meatball or anything. So
it's pretty much what I think everyone else did multiple times. They thought, I can use a little bit of throttle here. Oh no, I can't.
No, not at all. Hard left into the wall.
I think there was like 2 inches of water across all of that green section there. So yeah, you just passenger.
Yeah, it was the fact that there was all that water, and then there's also a drop off there, which is what sort of caused the sudden change.
Yeah, absolutely. Just how challenging was it throughout the course of the night, Denchi? Because even though you had a clear track in front of you for the most part, you would have been dealing with a bit more lap traffic than usual.
I don't think I really caught all that much lap traffic. I think most of the positions were just like either in the pit stop or people like crashing out or things like that. But yeah, like overall, it's just like you really gotta it's really difficult to try and find where the limit is for the track, considering every lap is slightly different. So yeah, it's just really challenging. Good fun.
And so far so good for the Audi in the rain, mate.
Yeah, the Audi is the first time I've driven it in the rain, and yeah, it's pretty good. I don't know what all the other cars are like, but yeah, the Audi goes alright.
What are your thoughts on next season now that you've had a test run in the Audi? Is that where the heart is set?
We might have a little play around with the Lamborghini, but we'll either go Audi or Lambo, so we'll see.
All right, very nicely done. I mean, I'm not sure if there's anything else left that we can really tackle here, except to say that that was one of the wilder, and I don't want to steal Mark Scaife's word that he's got trademarked, but that was one of the wilder final laps I think we've ever seen on the platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club. Nearly ended up out of it twice. But in saying that, what was destined to be an in excess of 1 minute victory is still a 41 second victory in your favour, mate. And it is title number 9. You're on the verge of the perfect 10. I mean, what are you most looking forward to with regards to next season, knowing that the challenge will be nowhere near in the same ballpark as the previous 9, because we're going to have so many variables thanks to the weather temper system that we've never had in a full season campaign before. There's the incident in question. Thank you for replaying that on Q, Adam Lavis. I'll hear about that later. But what are your thoughts on next season, Denchi? It is a venture into the unknown. It reinvents the wheel. We're so excited about it from a driver's standpoint. Does it stress you out a little bit, or does it excite you?
Definitely excites me. I look forward to some of those races where we start dry, go wet, or start wet, go dry. It should throw a big spinner in the works to see who can get the tyre changes down.
You know what's going to be interesting? If we have a sprint round where we have a wet race 1 and a dry race 2, or vice versa. That will really throw a spinner.
I think dry race 1, wet race 2 for the reverse top 10 would be really spicy.
Hey, at your recommendation, Denchi, I'm going with it. I'm happy with that. Adam Lavis, if you can orchestrate that.
Lock it in.
Yeah, absolutely. And everybody at home listening on to this conversation at the moment is thinking, why, Denchi, why? But no, well done again, mate. Title number 9. Do you rate that up there with the best of them? Where does it stack up with the other achievements?
Not a big fan of the BMW, but we make it work. So yeah.
Well, that was proven by the fact that you deserted it for the last night of the season, don't you? Yeah.
Yeah, it lasted longer than the Ford. So.
Yes, it certainly did. Not an achievement in the slightest. There's that moment again for you at last lap, and the car bounced back remarkably well. We might start calling it. Extraordinary how you were able to get away with that and limp it home. You lost 20 seconds on that final lap compared to earlier pace, and as you say there, just wind it up one too many times and you end up being a passenger. It does prove that occasionally there's a human element to your racecraft. What about the early pressure from Dylan Shepherd? That was really good to watch him and you go toe to toe, and not on a Thursday night for a change.
Yeah, really good pace from Dylan there. He managed to get by and he got out a 4-second lead and ended up getting into second and getting some clear track and ended up running him down. But then as soon as I got to his spray, I just couldn't see where I was going anymore. So then, we just sort of as someone would make a mistake and then you'd get a run, you go by, and there's a second time after that.
Yes. Now we I didn't actually get to mention that one because you didn't actually lose a position, you just lost time. But again, as you say, everyone's still learning the challenges of the new caper. And obviously we've got some new circuits to look forward to. But before that, mate, we've got Thursday night, and suffice to say, redemption is the word on your mind at the moment after last Thursday. But the title's still run and won. But no doubt after last week's run down pit lane very late in the piece at this very venue, actually, you've got some unfinished business in the Porsche.
Yeah, like I think last Thursday we would have been fine except for the pit stop. I forgot to check the fueling box, and so we sat there for like 10 seconds without taking any fuel. So that more or less cost us the win, I think. But yeah, we just racked up too many off tracks, and yeah, got to drive through at the end there. So.
Actually, how close were you on that number tonight, Denchi? The off tracks.
It's on 17x, so yeah, 2 to spare before I drive through.
He was close. Yeah.
So was it just that you didn't get the fuel in the car at the beginning, or did you take tyres on Thursday as well, or just fuel lacking of fuel?
There was only fuel. I wasn't taking on fuel. So.
Okay. So I figured it was either you took a tyre or two, or because I think Chuck took a tyre in mine, which is how I got back past him. But yeah, so there were any sort of like common sense things that would be for the time loss. But yeah, if it just having that box unchecked and you're just sitting there, and then all of a sudden you're like, no.
Yeah, I was sitting there for like 10 seconds. I glanced down, should be just about ready to go. It's like I haven't taken any fuel yet.
I had a similar incident. In GT4. I overshot my pit box, reversed, and then I'm sitting there, and apparently I hadn't reversed enough.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Denchi, well done, mate. We take the hat off to you. We tip it in your direction. Once again, title number 9. It's just incredible what you continue to achieve here on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. And even when we were all so excited about watching people rise to the occasion and people become standout performers in this caper with that new level of difficulty thrown at you by the weather, you still find a way to make it to the top step of the summit. But I tell you what, there's guys like Aidan Luthwaite that are going to be well worth keeping an eye on when we go wet weather racing next season, mate. Congratulations to you and the rest of the crew there at Team PGZ. Anyone you want to thank on the way out?
Yeah, we'll just thank everyone in the GSRC, the broadcast team, committee, putting on great races, and always look forward to next season. And hopefully there's a bunch more rain ones, and yeah, we can see how many people come up the pace and can give us a crack.
All right, very nicely done. And you were the heir to the throne that John Merritt sat on before you displaced him. Can you believe it now? 9 seasons ago. Quite extraordinary stuff. He's still in the room. I'm going to let you two rock and roll at this point. We're going to start to wrap things up here. Danchi, we'll see you Thursday, mate. Well done.
Yeah, thanks also, everyone, then.
Indeed. Now, before we rock and roll out of here, just a couple of things. Firstly, I mentioned it at the top of the broadcast. I want to mention it at the end. Shout out to the one and the only Pete Matson. Josh Duno made sure that I was aware of the fact that Pete wasn't going to be with us tonight. He was a little unwell. We wish him a speedy recovery. The great man Pete Matson. We look forward to having him back on deck ASAP. I want to also mention that we couldn't do this without the great support of the people that have been scrolling across the top and now the bottom of the screen all night long. They include Player One Sim Gear, of course, Lobesy Racing, M-Wave Australia, Flash Graphics, and also, of course, the great people, the marvellous people at Waste Options and Scrape Insider. It is an enormous grand final week for you on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, and it continues tomorrow night. We're broadcasting Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday night this week. We're all on overtime in the lead up to earning 2.5 weeks off for the Easter break. And the term break for our GSRC broadcasting competition. Winton Motor Raceway. First up, Supercars. Second up, Toyota 86s. Third up, FIA Formula 4. Tomorrow night, 7:30 Eastern Daylight Time. Make sure you join Adam Lavis and I for that one. We're looking forward to it immensely. The final round of the up-and-comers. If it's anything like what it was last time out when we went to Road America, it'll be well worth the price of admission. That is tomorrow night for you. Now, remembering the 95-minute race for the GT1 Civil War is the following week, and that will be, I don't think there's a broadcast for this one, but there may be, who knows. But the following week, Tuesday, April 2, 8:25 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 95-minute race there, Mount Panorama. So an earlier start, essentially. Well, actually, it's about the same time for those of you in Western Australia, because you've got to get home at lunchtime anyway to participate in our service. But it is a slightly earlier start because we won't yet be out of the daylight saving window. So those races normally get underway about 9:15, so it's 50 minutes earlier, but you've got a race that's 60 minutes longer. So make a note of that. 8:25 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time, Tuesday the 2nd of April for the GT1 Civil War Grand Finale. John Merritt will be a part of that. Make sure you enjoy that. Wednesday night, a double-header Grand Finale for you. Daniel Correa-Sar takes over from Adam Lavis. He'll go racing. Toyota 86 is first up. This will be good fun. Sandown, Victoria, the venue. 7:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 2 sprint races there. Top 10 invert for the second race. You know all the different nooks and crannies associated with that format by now. We then head to Interlagos, and we'll stay there Thursday night in the main course as well. Interlagos, 60-minute race, 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for the final round of the GSRC GT4 Challenge. Thursday night, have a look at this. Phillip bloody Island, you beauty. 6 races on the program on Thursday night. This will be well worth sticking around for. The main course is straight inside of Formula V from Phillip Island, where we will no doubt go 5 wide again at one point, ladies and gentlemen. 7:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, immediately followed by the final round of Porsche Cup Straight Insider on Straight Insider Thursday Night Motorsport, when we head to the Interlagos circuit in Brazil, and 3-race super sprint format for you, with the race getting the first race getting underway at 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The GSRC season wraps up Friday night, of course. Now, this will be an absolute beauty. Wings and Slicks from Suzuka International, the Super Formula. 3 sprint races there, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Then we get underway with the Mountain Men Super Formula Light on Saturday night. 50 laps for you around Mount Panorama for Easter Saturday, so just a nice little warm-up, really. A slightly longer race than usual, from 200 kilometres up to 300. 8:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Sunday, yet to be confirmed the venue, but the supercars will be back in action for their hour-plus race there. More details later in the week. I assume someone will look after that, with Pete Matson not being well at the moment on his behalf. 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for that. The Enduros will continue during the term break, and there will be one of those coming up from Suzuka in Japan on the 7th of April, and that'll get underway 12 p.m. Now, that'll be the day that Queensland enters 2024. That's the day that the clocks go back in the progressive and civilised states, and Queensland's no longer lagging on a 1 hour and 112 year delay. Sunday, the 7th of April, 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time race start there from Suzuka, and it leads in immediately to the Formula 1 Japanese Grand Prix, so you'll get the best of both worlds that way. That day, Suzuka, the venue, sim racing first, real world stuff second. Good day to be on the couch or in the sim rig. And as you saw there on the bottom of the screen, the previous screen, Monday, April 15 is when we do it all again. Formats, categories, racing calendar, everything else to be confirmed at a later point in time. It'll no doubt be something that Adam Lavis and the crew are working on as we speak, and more details during, no doubt, the Enduro on Sunday, April 7, I would imagine. I won't be in the office that day. We've got rugby league on that day. So up here in Ipswich as the start of the footy season arrives. So all of that and more to look forward to. Go to race.tgsrci.com to join and become part of this magnificent club and get in amongst the action and the fun of the fair. And there was plenty of that tonight. And of course, GSRC.myshopify.com or merch.tgsrci.com takes you to the merch store. Mother's Day is just around the corner, Easter as well. If you've got someone that doesn't like chocolate, get them a bit of GSRC merch, ladies and gentlemen. GSRC.myshopify.com or merch.tgsrci.com as well. We have been with you for a little over 4 hours now. It's been an extraordinary night. It's the start of a huge week. It's been a lot of fun. We sincerely hope that you've enjoyed it as much as we've enjoyed bringing it to you. A little bit of GSRC history tonight. Not just Matty Dench securing his 9th title, despite there almost being a little sting in the tail. The fun of the fair took us to Spa in wet weather conditions for the first time. It dished out a pretty bloody spectacular viewing experience and some great racing and a fairly hefty damage bill as well. We've enjoyed it. We sincerely hope that you have as well. Congratulations to the 4 men that have been crowned champions tonight across Super 2, Super 3, GT3 Pro and GT3 AM. We continue Championship Week, Grand Final Week, tomorrow night, 7:30 Eastern Daylight Time, with the Lobesy Racing up-and-comers from, I won't say wonderful, more like woeful, Winton, the clothesline circuit, that we're looking forward to it nonetheless, because the up-and-comers will throw up some great racing around that goat track. On behalf of Adam Lavis and all the crew, congratulations to Matty Dench. Not without its drama, particularly at the end, but title number 9 in the kitty, and a message sent to the rest of the pack for the seasons to come, when we go out into shoot at titles 10, 11 and 12. Well done also to those who rose to the occasion and marked or made their name, really made their mark on this grand finale, and essentially anointed themselves as people to watch when the rain falls going forward on the platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club. I'm out of breath, I'm out of voice, I'm sure you're out of breath and voice as well at home, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody's starting to blinky bill at this time of the night. It is 20 to 12 Eastern Daylight Time. Hope you enjoyed Monday Night Motorsport, the final time we do it in Term 1 of 2024. Grand Final Week continues tomorrow, and the new season for the GT3s, with Thanks to Waste Options, starts in 3 weeks' time, Monday, April 15th. Look forward to your company then. On behalf of Adam Lavis, all the crew, I'm Zach Caven, wishing you a very good night.